especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
I've got two items that we're going to go over, and the first one that I want to talk about is a murder, a cold-blooded murder of a 39-year-old mother by her 17-year-old son. And it's not just a singular murder, but as we got into the investigation, we found that about a year and a half, maybe a year and 9 months earlier, he murdered his father in Oklahoma. So let me tell you about this. It all started on September the 8th, which was this last Sunday, when we got a 911 call from Collin Griffith, who's 17 years of age. And here's what he said. He said he and his mother had a very long fight, and she fell on a knife and killed herself. And she's bleeding from the neck. He didn't say she killed herself, he said he's bleeding from the neck. So our 911 operators appropriately were giving them instructions on how to do life-saving techniques. When the deputies arrived, he met the deputies outside, and he was calm, cool, collected, not upset, and he had blood on him. What we found inside was this knife.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. That didn't work very well at all. That didn't work at all. I'll try to fix it. My audio levels in my ears were great. I just realized yours was completely bad, so I apologize. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. A crazy night. Thoughts and prayers go out to everybody connected or in any way to the D.C. plane helicopter crash. Just receiving word this morning. I think the latest is that there were no survivors in a crash that had 60 passengers on the plane, along with 4 crewmen, as well as 3 military individuals on the helicopter, and no survivors is what's being reported. Just heartbreaking, terrible. There'll be plenty of questions and times to figure out what happened and why. It sounded like from what I've heard, and I've been up most of the night, sort of following it a little bit, but what I've heard is that they were on a training mission where their objective was to visually locate a civilian plane and drop in behind it or go in behind it somehow, and it was a major miscalculation, and I think it's a terrible training plan. But we'll go into that. We'll have more information later. Right now, it's just please, if you are the praying kind, please provide a few prayers. Put up a few prayers for the families of all those affected and the first responders who were working in crazy conditions, trying to bring everybody home. All right. That said, we've got a few things we have to say, a few things we have to do. First of all, before anything else, Britta Aller, congratulations, you're first in chat. Congratulations on that. We're going to punish you with internet ownership. We're going to send it to you with basically you have to fix everything IP-related worldwide. Good luck. You've done it before, though, so we have confidence in you. It's going to be wonderful. You're going to do great. Second of all, we do have some birthdays to celebrate this morning before we begin trial in about 15 minutes. Why am I so I'm huge? Why did somebody move my camera? I swear I have little elves that come in my studio at night and push things around. All right, we've got some birthdays to celebrate. Jim and Flash are both celebrating their birthday. Jim and Flash. Who's Flash? Flash, are you here? Flash. let's see. Give me a second here. I saw the fix. Thank you for the fix on the slow mode. Now you're timed out to once every 3 seconds. You can send a message. Oh, Debbie, it's Jim. Oh, Jim's your hubby. Who is Jim? Flash? Flash is my friend in Texas, so Sherry. Okay, awesome, Sherry. I just wanted to know who it was. Wonderful. I was wondering if it was like the Flash from like the TV show, but Flash it is. So we're going to sing to Jim and Flash this morning, and by we, I mean all of us. As I look for the birthday music, I found it. Everybody, please stand up. It's a little early. My muscles are a little sore. I started a little exercise routine because, I need to look after my health a little better. And yesterday, part of that exercise routine involved me walking a long distance. It was like, it wasn't quite jazzercise. Okay, I wasn't like doing the whole dance thing as I walked, but it was a speed walk. It was a power walk. As I was trying to keep up with my daughter on her bike. I was walking, she was on the bike, and she was doing her best to ride slowly, which was not very good. She was going pretty quick, and we'll add Bev to the list. Okay, we'll add Bev. And anyway, it was walked all the way for, I don't know, mile that way and some that way and back. My legs hurt. The front of my the muscle by your shin hurts. It hurts. Anyway, so I'll complain about that today. All right, let's go ahead and sing Happy Birthday. I'm not going to stand for that reason. That was the long way around why I'm not standing for the birthday song. But everyone else, please stand up, shoulders back, take a deep breath, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Excellent. It's going to be a good one. We're going to add Bev to the list here. Jim, Flash, and Bev. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jim, Flash, and Bev. Happy birthday to you. Jim, Flash, and Bev, happy birthday. It's your birthday. It's a podcast Thursday, so it's like a double present for you. But I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have been with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege and pleasure is all ours. Hopefully we can turn some of that to you, make your day a little more specialer. You can begin by doing free pancakes at Denny's, Waffle House, IHOP, Village Inn, McDonald's, Andy's Grill, Tammy Dunlap's house. I know there's another one. There's another one in there. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Hopefully you have just an absolutely wonderful day. And it's, tell you what. Tell your boss, and if he has a problem, he or she, have them call me. And I'm going to go ahead and give you tomorrow off as well for your birthday. If they do have a problem, I will talk to them, and I'll explain in no uncertain terms that you do get tomorrow off. What I cannot guarantee is whether or not you have a job on Monday. That part I'm sort of wishy-washy on, but I will do that for you. I will go to bat for you and get you tomorrow off. So hope you enjoy that. That's my gift to you. It's always birthday at my house. Tammy's stuck making pancakes forever and ever. I think she likes it. Oh no, husband Tim's birthday. Happy birthday to Tim at the hospital. Okay, the song's still going. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tim. Happy birthday to... There we go. We've never sung on the last verse like that before. Happy birthday, Tim. I'm sorry you're in the hospital. Get well soon. Get well soon, and then get out. Hospital's no fun to be in. All right. We're going to. I was watching the Sheriff Grady thing, and he doesn't like this guy. He really doesn't like this guy. But we go to Bob Evans' birthday breakfast. I have to add Bob Evans to the list. Okay, we'll add Bob Evans to the list. I didn't realize that was a thing. All right, let's get rid of Sheriff Grady here so I can get our counter. What are we counting again in this one? Are we counting something in this trial? I thought it was objections. I think it's objections. Sheriff Grady's still doing his thing. Let's see. There it is. We're up to 7. All right. I found it. It was missing, but I found it. 7 objections. And yep, Red Pen, you're correct. 7 objections. Your notes are spot on. Spot on in this case. Have a couple things going on today. We're going to be following this trial out of Florida, which is the Griffiths trial. Collin Griffiths, charged with murdering his mom, 19 months after he shot and killed his dad. Interesting trial, and it sounds like there will be another trial for him in Oklahoma, regardless of which way this case goes, as they may eventually press charges in the death of his dad, which is, I mean, it's sad, but at the same time, it's sort of fortunate that Oklahoma got the evidence they did here, because apparently we have a confession of some sort. Somebody somewhere is saying that Oklahoma was not as self-defense as it may seem. So, also we have the Mercy trial. We're going to watch for that. We might catch it during a break. I don't think it's going to be super quick. I think it's going to be maybe half an hour to an hour of testimony, and then a little deliberation and a verdict. That's my gut feel for how that one's going to go. So we'll keep an eye on that as well and see what happens. Let's see, where are we at? That's on 3. Okay. Let's close that down. Don't need that. So, spoiler alert, I did not win the camera yesterday from PTZ Optics. But I do want to write them a little letter and say, hey, that monthly promotion you do where you give away a free camera, which is worth about $1,000. I mean, they're nice cameras. You give away a camera, you have about 50 to 75 people show up after all the promotions. You know, like, hey, come learn about a camera, and we'll give away a free camera during it. You've got about 50 to 75 people show up. Your channel has, I don't know, 25,000 subscribers. I have a bigger channel and potentially a broader reach. How about you give me a camera as a sponsorship, and I do a little advertising for you, and then I get a camera and you get a more reach. So I don't know, how do I word that letter? Does someone want to write that for me? There we go. The mercy plea. We'll cover what happens as we watch, but it might not be live because we could be in this trial in the moment. Did I spell it wrong on the thumbnail, or? Let's see what I did. I'm pretty sure that I made the mistake, whatever it is. So give me a second here. We are just 1 minute past when the trial was supposed to start this morning. So a little bit of delay there. I'm not seeing it. It's just Griffith. I need to get the S off. So where did I have the S? Was it on the thumbnail? I think the influencer term is exposure. Yes, we're looking at that one as well. This one is probably going to be short. I anticipate another day or two on it, and then we'll probably play catch up with another trial that will be a little longer. Judge Bev. I'll allow it. Hey, Judge, thanks for showing up.
Ready, Steve.
Good morning.
We're still a little jaundiced. This part of Florida has not yet learned about white balance. No, that's iris. Iris and white balance are different. You iris down to get the picture darker. I think they white balanced on the marble. That must be what they did, because it's not white. Just bring a white piece of paper, or use one off the lawyer's desks before the live stream starts. Judge is swiping left on just about everything this morning. Click, 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 click. Maybe it's just that sunny in Florida. Might be. They might be just rubbing it in.
Mr. Griffith is present with both of his lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. Anything we need to take up?
No, yeah.
Ms. Thornhill?
Judge, Mr. Levine and I discussed yesterday some of the exhibits that I think might be coming in today, and I have objections to just two of them. I don't know when would be appropriate to address it.
Is it something that's going to be lengthy argument?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and take care of it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what exhibit numbers they are.
It's going to be a couple of videos there are that are relatively short. I can pull those out there. They're going to be witnesses for later today.
Okay. And before I see them, what's the issue I'm looking for?
Hearsay. There's snippets that are taken out of a larger conversation. One of them is just Deputy Jankowski asking Kathy Griffith the domestic violence checklist questions. Has he ever strangled you before? Has he ever used a weapon against you before? It's just that, with no context at all. It is one of several clips that are coming in from that day. And then the second one is a female deputy, and I don't remember her name, talking to Kathy Griffith in the road after they decided to take Collin to a Baker Act facility, and the officer explaining why they were taking him to the Baker Act facility despite her wanting him to stay with her. The deputy talks a lot about, I'm afraid he's going to kill you, things like that. Also hearsay.
Your Honor, we'll start with the first exhibit, which will be, for the record, 189.
And which one is that?
That's going to be the first one you were talking about.
Okay.
So objections to a couple of pieces of evidence here. This courtroom layout has the jury sitting
a couple
opposite.
Quick yes or no questions I almost forgot before we go. Has he ever used a weapon against you or threatened you with a weapon?
Yes.
And Has he ever threatened to kill you or your children? And do you think he's capable of killing you?
Yes.
Does he have access to a firearm?
No.
And has he ever placed his hands or an object around your throat?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before we leave? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your time. A couple quick yes or no questions.
Thank you for your time.
The admissibility of that video.
Yes, sir. And this comes from November 13th of 2023 at approximately 10:20 p.m. It's related to the domestic violence battery case that took place the same time. This is part of that subject matter, and this would be admissible, Your Honor, under the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule, because it goes directly to the victim's state of mind as it pertains to the defendant. And out-of-court statements are admissible under the state of mind exception if, one, the statement shows the declarant's future intent to perform an act that is at issue in the case, or two, the statement shows the declarant's state of mind when the statement was made, or at any other time when the state is when that state is an issue in the case. This is particularly true when the purported statements to a third party were made by a homicide victim. And then the case law goes on to hold, and this I'm reading from Kingery v. State, 523 Southern 2nd, 1199. It says, indeed, a homicide victim's purported statements to a third party have been deemed admissible only in three general categories in which the need for the statements appears to overcome the possible prejudice. These categories are: one, the defendant claims self-defense, which can be rebutted by the victim's statements that he feared the defendant, which that's right on point with what we have here. Or number two, the defendant claims the victim committed suicide, which can be rebutted by statements of the victim that are inconsistent with suicide, which would be relevant as well here. Number three, which is the third possibility, the defendant claims the victim's death was accidental, which can be rebutted by the victim's statements that he, or of course she, feared whatever the instrument of death proved to be. So I would say there's an argument for all three of them in this case, but if one is appropriate, then I would submit that it's supported by the case law and by 8033, the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. So what do we hear? We've heard in opening statements and as part of the evidence in the defense of self-defense / accident / she was suicidal, all three of those things. So because of that, Your Honor, this is admissible evidence.
And Judge, there's plenty of evidence coming in about Kathy's statements to police about being fearful, about what he allegedly did to her on November 13th. I'm not objecting to any of that as hearsay. I think it does provide context, but this is different for two reasons. One, it's an officer asking her specific questions about past events. Remember, this is happening November of 2023, so 10 months before the incident at issue here. And he's asking about past events. That, I think, is very different on a checklist. It's not her state of mind. He's asking, has this ever happened in the past? So I don't think it meets the state of mind exception. The second reason it concerns me is the checklist that the officer is holding in full view of the camera has other questions and answers that I think are irrelevant. And finally, a 403 argument that these specific questions regarding past incidences, when there's plenty of other admissible evidence about their interactions, her fear of Collin, that I'm not objecting to.
Your Honor, I would point out it's not just past incidents. One of the most telling things, and the reason it would be admissible pursuant to the case law and the hearsay exception, is the deputy asked about the future, which is exactly what the case law and the state of mind exception is made for, not the past, but the future. And of course, in order to predict or think about the future, there has to be some discussion of the past or some reason to have that fear. And there's specific questions about, has he threatened to kill you, and do you think he has the ability to kill you or will kill you? And she says yes. So that goes to the future, which is why it should be admissible.
So Ms. Thornhill, as to those particular statements that talk about, and I agree with you that the statements about has this happened in the past, etc., that should be excluded. I also agree that the video portion that shows the checklist should be excluded, so I'm inclined to perhaps allow some of the audio. So what is your response to the questions that relate to her present state of mind? And
I don't have any further argument as to her statements about her fear of the future.
So I will grant your oral motion in limine in part. Mr. Levine, any statements that relate to present or future state of mind will be admissible, but only by audio. Any questions and answers related to past occurred events are excluded. So I don't know if you'll be able to get that editing done before you have the witness call, but if you need a moment to talk to your IT person, I can give that to you. But let's handle the other piece of evidence.
Well, Judge, I will say that because I don't think this was going to be admitted this morning, and the reason I brought it up now is so we could deal with it. I think that there's time for it to be edited. At least that's my understanding of the procedure we're following today.
What's the next piece?
Oh, the second one is the county talking to the deputy.
Your Honor, that's going to be State Exhibit 194.
What date is this exhibit from?
Your Honor, yeah, and then it's
I can't read it.
195.
This is one that I have no objection to.
Oh.
That one, the one that I was just playing, right?
Correct. That's the one where they go inside and...
Here's 195. Your Honor, I said 194, but it's 195.
And what date was 195 from?
I can tell you that.
November 14th, 2023.
It's going to be from 8:20 in the morning.
Lots of post-it notes being used by defense.
Because we want what's right for him. We also want, but we have an obligation to protect him and protect him. We have to protect both. Because even though he didn't threaten to harm himself, he threatened to harm his mom. And either way, that... I know, he beat the shit out of us. Yeah. I know. And with all due respect, you can't have them here last night where you were fearful, and then 4 hours later, you're recording, because that's going to... Recording's not helping you when he chokes you out. And what's the recording going to do? What's the recording? It's not bringing you back. You'll still be dead. You know, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's an easy task now, because I'm sure it's a tough thing to do. But I struggle with a kid that's being released from jail and saying, if you bring me back there, she's gonna die.
if we don't do something,
Shame on us.
yeah, then we're not.
Shame on us that
Then we
we failed
failed.
and we failed you. And I'm not failing you. Nor am I going to fail your son.
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, same arguments as it pertains to the state of mind exception as well as excited utterance. You can clearly tell that she's emotional. She's under the stress of the situation. It's right on the heels of, granted it's the next morning after the domestic violence battery, but it was pretty much an all-night affair in terms of the investigation and then the body cam footage and the in-car footage going through to the early hours of the morning. So I would argue under the state of mind exception with her responses to what the deputies are saying, as well as her visible emotions and her excited utterance regarding that the defendant beat the shit out of her or something to that effect, and her agreeing with the deputies regarding her, she should be concerned and is concerned about the future violence that he will perpetrate on her. So I would argue that that's admissible as well, Your Honor.
Judge, this was many, many, many hours after the domestic violence battery incident. Collin had gone to the jail. As I indicated in opening, he had been released from the jail. This was after his mom brought him home, and deputies were called by jail personnel to go check. So excited utterance regarding the domestic violence battery situation, I think, is a little bit of a stretch since it was hours later. But additionally, I mean, an excited utterance about her son being Baker acted because he threatened her. I don't know that that's what's established here. The second thing is that most of this is the deputy offering her opinions about what might happen, which I understand Kathy Griffith saying, I know, I get it, but it's testimony from an officer that is improper.
Anything additional, Mr. Levine?
I would say it's not testimony from an officer, and it's in the context of Kathy's responses, both visibly, emotionally, crying, putting her hands over her face like an acknowledgement, and then her saying, I know. So that's critical to her statements making sense in the context of what precedes them with what the deputies say. She can either agree, when I say she, Kathy could either agree, disagree, or whatnot, but you could tell what her response is as it pertains to in relationship to what the deputies are saying and her responses.
I'm going to grant your motion. 195 is excluded.
Yeah. Wow.
Any other evidentiary issues we need to take up right now? Mr. Levine?
No.
All right. We're ready.
Could I have just 1 minute to put this back in order, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You will brang the jury. So, two wins, a partial win and a full win for the defense this morning, as they're trying to keep some particularly harmful recordings out of the court, at least out of the jury's view. And the judge granted part. We'll get part of one. I'm not sure exactly what part we're going to get on that, but the second one that has the officer saying, look, I'm not going to fail you or your son, and if we send it back to you, you're going to be dead, and your recording isn't going to help you. That one is not going to be played for the jury. Got a bad feeling someone's going to open the door. I'm hoping for that. I really am. I'd like to see what happens, because I think it'll be the defense that does it. Meyer has a good question. She says, I don't understand why the truth is being kept out of the trial at all. Okay, so the rules of evidence are what comes into play. Any statement made outside of court is hearsay. Hearsay is generally not admissible. The state, when they tried to present this evidence, they said, we'd like to play this evidence in court and to to be able to do that, they have to say, and here's the reason. Here's the limited reason why why you should admit this hearsay into court. It's just a foundational rule for our evidentiary system, is that hearsay is not admissible in court unless it meets one of those qualifications. There's a bunch of them, of different ways it can come in. He mentioned present sense impression. There's some about unavailable witnesses and all sorts of things. But the judge looked at it and said, because they're more prejudicial than probative, meaning it doesn't enlighten you on the issue at hand as much as it inflames the passion to say he's guilty.
You may be seated.
So not allowed in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Again, thank you for your continued service in this case. Mr. Levine?
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls forensic investigator Brandy Bange.
I think they are hiding him. He is strategically seated right there. But I think he's doing it himself.
Okay, raise your right hand. Just sworn in by the court.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Hearsay is just a statement that was made outside of court of any type.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Bange. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your names for the record?
It's Brandy Bange, Brandi Bange.
And where are you employed?
At the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
What's your position?
I am a forensic investigator.
Tell the jury about what that means.
We respond to different types of calls for service, and we generally just document the scene, collect evidence, and write reports.
How many years have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
11 years.
And tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
I have a bachelor's degree from USF. I have a certificate in crime scene from Hillsborough Community College. And then we have 800 hours of on-the-job training, as well as continuing education.
Do you have any estimation about how many scenes you've been to during your career?
I don't know.
Is it in the hundreds?
Probably, yes.
Or 100 or more?
Yes, yes.
Now, during your career, have you responded to countless homicide scenes?
Yes.
And scenes of violent crimes?
Yes.
All right, now, Investigator Bange, directing your attention to Sunday, September 8, 2024, around 7:22 in the evening. Did you respond to the crime scene in this case?
I did.
And tell the jury about when you got there, what was your focus on?
So when we first get to a crime scene, we want to document it the way it is when we get there. So we generally take video and photographs at that time.
Are you one of the more senior forensic investigators that responded to the scene?
Yes.
Earlier, the jury heard from Investigator Ellis. Was she also there performing multiple things along with you?
Yes, she was.
Now, did you have an opportunity to see the outside of the scene as well as the inside of the scene?
Yes.
And what caught your attention about, as you proceeded into the house and made it back to the kitchen, what caught your attention at the crime scene that was of note?
So on the outside of the house, there was an AirPod that was on the ground, like in the mulch area in front of the house. And then there was some blood on one of the steps. And then going into the house, there was another AirPod, or earbud, I should say, on the floor. And then an AirPod case, and then a knife. So it kind of was in a line from outside to inside.
As if something started outside and continued inside?
Yes.
Now, did you have an opportunity to walk further into the kitchen and see the victim?
Yes.
And were you able to see firsthand the wound that she suffered?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you saw and what that meant to you.
She had an apparent stab wound on her neck. It was a very deep wound.
Have you been to multiple scenes where people have been stabbed?
Yes.
And the injury that you saw and the scene that you saw, was it consistent with somebody being attacked and stabbed?
Yes.
Now, as the scene was documented and photographs are taken, of course, does somebody video record the scene as well?
Yes.
And it sounds pretty self-explanatory, but explain to the jury what you did to accomplish that.
So we just have a regular video camera, just like you would imagine. We go and do the outside of the house, and then we go inside the house and do the interior of the house.
And I take it you did that in this case?
I did.
Have you had an opportunity to previously see State's Exhibit 166, the crime scene video?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 166 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Now, do you recall, when did you first see the defendant at the scene that night?
It was after 11 o'clock. I can give you the exact time if you need it.
Well, that's all right.
Okay.
But it was after 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Now, as to what the defendant was doing before that, do you know or do you not know?
I don't know.
Where did you first see the defendant?
We have a crime scene trailer there on scene that we usually bring on scene, so it was out in the roadway, parked out in the roadway. And he was brought on the trailer, and then I came onto the trailer.
Describe that crime scene trailer.
It's almost kind of like an RV, but it's made to be more specific to what we do.
And what can you accomplish inside of it?
We take photographs. We have we have processing, fuming processing for fingerprints. We have all different kinds of stuff, supplies. We have that kind of thing on the trailer.
So is it fairly common to bring a suspect into that in order to photograph them and accomplish those other tasks you mentioned?
Yes.
Have you been to crime scenes where family members or spouses are present and their loved ones have been injured or killed?
Yes.
And how do they usually act?
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance.
When you came into contact with the defendant, how would you describe his demeanor?
He was emotionless.
Emotionless?
Yes.
Did that change at all while you interacted with him?
No.
Did that surprise you?
Objection, relevance.
Now, describe to the jury, what was your interaction with the defendant like? What did you do?
So I photographed him, and I obtained some blood swabs that we had seen on him from apparent blood that he had on him.
Judge, I'm sorry, I can't hear very well.
If you could speak up just a little bit.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So,
if you could answer that question again, please.
Yes, so I obtained some blood swabs that were on him. He had some blood on him. I obtained fingernail swabbings from him, and I obtained buccal swabs from him.
Starting with, where were the visible parts of his body under clothing that you saw blood?
So he had blood on his ear, on the right ear, on the right arm of his glasses, like right here. He had blood on his fingernails. He had blood on his shoes, and some apparent blood on his shorts.
Were you present when somebody from Polk County Fire Rescue washed off blood off of his arms and hands?
No.
So your photographs would have been after that, is that correct?
I believe so, because I didn't see fire EMS, I don't think.
Okay. Do they usually leave the scene after they tend to a victim?
Usually, yes.
And there was a description of that there was blood on from his like elbow to his forearm and on his hands, and that was washed off. Did you see blood on his forearms and his hands to a great extent?
No, I did not.
All right. What did you mention about the fingernails, the swabbings?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you do to accomplish the swabbings.
So he had some apparent blood on his fingernails, and we take a cotton swab, and sometimes we moisten it with some distilled water to loosen it up, and then just swab all around the areas of the fingernails.
Now his hands weren't bleeding, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, I kind of asked that question confusing. Were his hands bleeding?
No.
So it appear that any blood on his hands would have been from his mother, correct?
Yes.
Objection.
Now,
Sustained.
in terms of the buckle swabs,
Strike that answer.
Sustained. You'll disregard the last answer, members of the jury.
in terms of the buckle swabs, if you could explain to the jury what buckle swabs are and how you accomplish those.
So we do that the same way. We use a cotton swab, and we just swab the inside of a person's cheek. We do the left cheek and the right cheek.
What's the purpose of that?
Usually it's for DNA purposes.
Is their agency then able to send those buccal swabs from the defendant or from somebody else or a DNA sample off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement lab for them to do any DNA comparison or analysis that they want to do?
Yes.
That was a bit leading, that question.
So when the defendant was in the crime scene truck, were you able to take photographs?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to see those photographs at the state attorney's office? Those are numbers 100 through 124?
Yes.
And do those appear to accurately depict the photographs that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move 100 through 124 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
Did you also take some photographs of the defendant's clothing and shoes?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to document anything that I found on the clothing and just to show how it was that day.
And did you have an opportunity to see State Exhibits 156 through 169, indicating the pictures of some of the clothing and shoes?
Yes, I have seen the pictures, yes.
I'm sorry, I still can't hear you very well.
I'm sorry. Yes, I have seen them.
Your Honor, the state would move 156 to 169, the pictures of the clothing and shoes and evidence.
Any objection?
No, but I have a question about the numbering. I have 156 to 164 are photos, and 165 is the 911 call.
No, you're correct.
So what are the exhibits?
I'm sorry, I couldn't read my own writing, Your Honor. It's 156 to 164.
Any objection to those?
No, sir.
All right, the others are not received beyond 164, but states 156 through 164 are received.
Thank you. Investigator Baines, in terms of the defendant's shoes, was he wearing shoes?
Yes, he had on a pair of black tennis shoes.
And did you see blood on his shoes?
Yes, he did have apparent blood on his shoes.
What about his shorts? Was he wearing black, like basketball shorts?
Yes.
And did he have any blood visible on his shorts?
Yes, there was some apparent blood on the shorts.
Where was it? Do you recall, front or back?
It was on the front.
And then did he have a shirt on?
No, he was not wearing a shirt.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the state would publish the photographs of the defendant.
Amen.
Thank you.
The defendant is doing a
Number 100,
DNA impression. Right
that's the
now.
defendant?
Yes.
.101.
That's a side profile of him.
And if you look on is it on your monitor too?
Yes.
And if you see where I'm pointing, is that what would appear to be some blood on his glasses?
Yes.
I do know that mouse.
He's hiding.
As well, if you need
Okay.
Well, that would be good. If you could point out to the jury that the blood.
Right here and here.
Moving on to 102.
This is the back of his head.
103.
This is the front of his entire body.
Now, it's a fair statement. He's pretty tall, maybe 6'2" or so.
I'm not sure how tall he is, but he's taller than I am, yes.
104.
Yes, this is just a closer up of his top half of his body.
105.
A side profile of his whole body.
106.
This is the lower half of his body side profile.
I think that's 107, I'm sorry. 108.
This is the back of his whole body.
109.
This is another side profile of his whole body.
110.
This is a mid-range of his arm, his left arm.
111.
This is a picture of his shoe, his left shoe.
And going back to 110, were there some apparent marks on his arms?
Yes, there were.
And any idea how those marks got there?
I don't know.
Or when they got there?
I don't know.
111. As you mentioned, the blood on the shoes?
Yes, this is the shoe with the apparent blood.
And could you, for the jury's benefit, point with that red arrow where you see blood?
Sure. So there's apparent blood in this area here. And then there's more apparent blood here. And then there's some here. And you can see a little bit here. It's light, but you can see it. And then it's on the bottom here.
112.
This is his left leg.
And tell us about that mark on his below his knee.
It's an apparent laceration.
113. Is at the back of his leg. What were you highlighting there?
Yes, it was like an apparent abrasion.
114.
That's a close-up of the apparent abrasion.
115.
This is his right forearm.
Were there marks on his right forearm too?
Yes.
Were there multiple marks on both of his arms?
Yes.
Did they look like super fresh, like they had just happened?
They looked fresh.
And when you say fresh, like how fresh?
In the last day.
Were you able to tell how those marks were caused?
No.
The judge may have ordered that we can't see the pictures.
116.
This is his right forearm, and there's some apparent lacerations on the top of his forearm.
117.
That's his left forearm, and you can see the abrasion or the apparent lacerations.
Have you been at scenes where you've seen people that have cut themselves or marked themselves?
Here comes an objection.
118.
This is the palm of his hand. This is his other palm.
And is it a fair statement he has no defensive wounds on his hands?
Objection is to the characterization.
Sustained.
Is it a fair statement that he has no wounds on his hands at all?
Right, I did not see any wounds on his hands.
Going back to 118, so that's 118 and 119.
Yes.
Besides just his hands having no marks on them, did you also get pictures? Well, I guess you did. Pictures of the back of his hands, 120?
Yes, the tops of his hands, yes.
And 121.
Yes, this is a close-up of his fingernails.
Going back to 120, did he have any knife cuts or wounds on the top of his hands?
No.
What about, neither in 121, is that correct?
No, I do not see any.
And then 123.
This is apparent blood that was on his ear.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back to that.
Yeah.
I can't really see that.
It's very small, but it's right here. This is the area that I swabbed.
And then finally, 124.
This is a close-up of the apparent blood on the glasses, the right arm of the glasses. And you can see a little bit better now in this picture. There's apparent blood here, apparent blood here, here, and I think right here.
All right, now we're going to go to 156, please. All right, 156.
I am monitoring the Mercy case.
Appears to be a close-up of something. Tell us what that
Natalie
is.
Cochran.
This is the short. Sorry, there's a little bit of a glare. I'm going to move in.
You can adjust that if you need to.
There we go. That's better.
That's probably going to be the case. We're not going to watch the entire thing. It'll just be the
This is the
key
shorts
parts
that
of
he
it.
was wearing. This is a close-up photo of the front of his shorts. You can see some apparent blood in the picture. It's kind of hard to see. I can point to it if you need me to.
Please.
Okay. Sorry. So this area right here, and then there's a little more here.
All right, we'll move on to 158, the shoes, 159, 160, 161. Could you point to the blood in 161?
Yes, there's apparent blood here, apparent blood here, here, and then all down here on the bottoms of the shoes here and this whole area right here.
162. Is there any blood there?
Yes, right here, 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 and then this area here.
163.
There's apparent blood right here by the laces.
Let me jump to this other
area.
trial really quickly. Let me show you what's going on. I need to get the sound going over here.
403, 401 pertaining to relevancy.
This is the Mercy trial.
403, the balancing test to ensure that there is no undue prejudice to this defendant.
There is no burden of proof. I've muted him just for a second. There's no burden of proof. Defense gets the last say. It's pretty interesting.
That's for the statement. Thank you.
There will be opening statements.
I think that at some point, Your Honor, we may consider the instruction that has been offered by the state, but I don't think it's necessary to do it at this time.
Certainly.
Unless the court believes otherwise.
It's sort of a bland instruction, and I don't mean that in any derogatory way, but it just sets forth the circumstances and explains to the jury why we are here, and if the jury recommends parole eligibility, the defendant would be considered eligible for parole after serving 15 years in prison. So it doesn't seem to be very controversial, I should say. Is the defense prepared to go forward at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state ready?
State's ready.
All right, bring out the jury bailiff.
Okay, so they're going to have opening statements from both sides. There's no burden of proof. It's just for the jury to decide whether they're going to show mercy after they've convicted her for first-degree murder. And we anticipate the defense is going to call her 2 kids. We're gonna pause the other trial. We'll play catch up on that one. Let you guys get closure here. Let me trim this down a little bit. I hear you.
Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
You are back, and I'm glad to see you. We are here now for the so-called penalty phase of this case. In this part, the jury has the sole discretion whether this defendant, Natalie Page Cochran, convicted of first-degree murder, should receive mercy. As in the guilt phase, which has already been determined, your verdict must be unanimous. If you recommend parole eligibility, the defendant may be considered eligible for parole after serving 15 years in prison. If you do not recommend parole eligibility, in other words, if you do not recommend mercy, the defendant will receive a life sentence and never be eligible for parole.
Wow.
All right, we switch things up a little bit from what you're used to. In this phase of the case, the court will permit the defense to go forward first. All right, I'll ask Mr. Victor or Mr. Selden to please call their first witness.
Your Honor, I believe you mentioned brief opening statements.
All right, if you wish to present an opening statement, that would be fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court, and all of the spectators. Now, as the judge has
hi to the spectators.
Told you, we are now entering the penalty phase where you, the jury, and only you, will decide the penalty for Natalie Cochran. As the judge has told you, she's now been convicted of first-degree murder of her husband, Michael. And you, the jury, have to decide if she spends the rest of her life in prison, which would be no mercy, or if she becomes eligible for parole after 15 years, which means you grant her mercy. We'll be calling a number of witnesses that will testify to Natalie Cochran's character, things she has done prior to her conviction, things she has done that indicate her character and her ability to be rehabilitated while in prison. The sum total of why Natalie Cochran, we hope and implore you to grant her mercy. I hope you listen carefully to what they have to say without prejudging them.
Did he not prep his
And again,
his open?
We beg you to give mercy to Natalie Cochran. Thank you.
Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Good morning.
Why did he not prep his open?
This will be a lot less information than you had to absorb over the last 2 weeks, and you're thinking, thank goodness. Well, we couldn't have made up a stranger procedure than this, but this is the procedure. The defense is right. You won't get any guidance. You won't get any instructions other than what Judge Kirkpatrick just went over with you. There's really no criteria. You are totally in charge, completely in charge. It's whatever you feel is appropriate. And for that, the state will be putting on some evidence also of what we think accurately portrays the defendant's character. And at the end of it, you'll go back in your jury room and you'll decide, is this defendant worthy of parole at some point or not? And that's it. That's your sole job remaining.
I imagine we're going to get a lot of financial.
So we'll see how the evidence unfolds, and we'll see what you think when you come back out of your jury room with a decision. Thank you.
2 of the worst openings I've ever heard.
All right, now, Mr. Selden, please call your first witness.
Everyone just was winging it. Apple Treasure, you're right. Winging it for sure.
Your Honor, we would like to call Penny Carrico Lowry to the stand.
Very well. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat right there.
She's already emotional. Grab yourself another tissue.
You okay?
Yes, I'll be fine.
Okay. I know these proceedings they're hard on everyone. Please tell us your name and the correct spelling of it.
Penny Lowry, Penny Lowry.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes.
Do you have any relationship, family relationship to her?
Yes, she's my baby sister.
Okay. So you've known Natalie virtually all of her life?
Yes.
I would like you to tell this jury any aspects of Natalie's character, her good works, her actions towards others in the community. I'm leaving it pretty open for you to convince this jury as to why they should grant your little sister mercy. And feel free to go into any details that you think they might like to hear.
Compound question,
Yeah.
and opens up to narrative
I was
testimony.
thinking about this last night, and I know that you don't see her like I see her. And I was 12 years old when she was born, so she was like my little baby doll. And I just remember her, just things about her, like she would come to my room and sleep with me.
Okay.
She was afraid of the dark and...
Go slowly.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I know you want to get it all out.
Yes.
But I want to make sure the jury hears everything. So, slowly, please.
So when I see her, I see that little girl that came to my room every night and was afraid of the dark and would sleep with me. And I see the little girl that I drove to and from school every day. And then on Saturdays, I would want to watch what I wanted to watch, and she always wanted to watch My Little Pony. And we would do that together. I watched her grow up, and she was a beautiful, smart woman. And I was there. I helped plan her wedding. I was with her, and with her when she had her kids.
Okay, again.
I'm sorry.
I know. I'm having a little trouble hearing and following you. I know you're extremely emotional. We understand that.
Yes.
This lawyer
Just a
has
little
terrible,
slower, please. Thank you.
Terrible bedside
Are you all
manner.
understanding me?
Okay.
So I watched her become this woman and have her kids, and I love her and I love Michael. And I remember one time, I was thinking last night that I asked them to babysit for me when my daughter was a little baby, and they were so excited. They weren't married yet, and they came over and kept her, and I was gone for a few hours, and she was awful. And I came home, and And Michael said, we are never having kids. But then they had those beautiful 2 kids. And I just love them so much. And Natalie, I know all 40 plus years of her. You've seen her just this short amount of time. She is good. She's done so many great, so helpful, and she would help people. She wrote a devotion book. We grew up in church, and she knows what right from wrong. And we've been taught to be forgiving. And I look at my family, and I'm just begging you for mercy for those kids and for my mom and dad. Giving her mercy does not mean she'll get out of prison. It means there's hope for a parole. She's been in prison already. She's missed every milestone at their graduation of Nikki's prom. She'll miss weddings and probably when they have their babies. I don't think my mom and dad will be alive when she gets out. But I just pray that you give some hope. Hope is a powerful thing. There's a statement that says, life without hope is ceasing to live. And I think those kids need some hope to see their mom as she gets older. They've hurt the most. We've all hurt, but they've been hurting the most. They need her. This is the only family they've known. They've been raised by their grandparents. They're 77. I just need begging you to please consider giving her some mercy. It doesn't mean she'll be paroled, but give her that chance to be reformed and to do better. We love her. We just plead with you to do that for her.
You've talked briefly about Natalie's character prior to this conviction. What kind of person was she? And can you talk about any contributions to the community?
It can't be financial because that was someone else's money.
Of course, they always gave back. She worked in the Church of Awanas, and she did all the Little League sports, anything that her kids needed. She knows she was there. We would always go shopping every year to Pigeon Forge at Thanksgiving when the men would go hunting, and she always made sure her kids had what they needed before she'd buy herself. She never bought herself anything.
That was someone else's money.
She served on committees in our community. She served with all the sports. And
what kind of committees?
Which is like Team Mom, and then served as officers on these sports teams like football and baseball, and she did a lot of things like that. She would do Bible school for the kids, and that was her priority, her family, and they did everything together.
She's been in federal prison for a couple of years now. Do you know anything about her activities while she's been in prison?
Okay, this is pertinent.
I know that she teaches classes, and I know that she's helped, I don't know all the details, but she's helped with helping people get their GEDs. She does devotion. She wrote a devotion book in prison, and she's a friend to a lot of those people.
I don't have any more specific questions. Is there anything else you would like the jury to hear?
Just asking them to please consider this, for those kids especially, for our family, and what you see there's our family, and we need this, please. We need some hope.
Okay. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Lowry, the defendant grew up to be a little bit different than she was when she was your little sister, 12 years younger than you. Turned out a little bit different than what it looked like at the time, didn't it?
The cross, oh my God.
I mean, I don't know what that means, different. I know you found her guilty of this, but she was still my sister. I mean, I always trusted and loved her.
Absolutely. And
this is wild.
Blood is very thick. You're loyal to your sister. Fair enough?
Yes.
You're also an educator by training, correct?
Yes.
Do you think there should be consequences for misbehavior?
Yes.
What do you think there should be?
And it should be proportional to what the misbehavior was, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also believe that fair is not equal and equal is not fair. I just think a lot of things have to be considered. I know that there's been mercy given to people that did a lot worse.
Okay, we'll just accept that.
This is wild.
The last time you testified in this case, you didn't recall how much you lost in your investments with the defendant. Did you go back and check?
I did. I said it was around $50,000.
And is that what it was?
I told you I didn't keep accurate records. She would use my credit card, then I'd pay some, then I'd give her more and pay, and I just never really kept. But I was $50,000 in the hole, and everything was said and done.
Where did that money come out of your retirement or something?
No.
Just cash you had?
Actually, it was more of my credit cards.
Oh, okay.
You went to
so when you had to pay your credit card bills, you were paying the principal, or did you pay them off each month, or did you have
interest? It just depended. I tried to do as much as I could. I was a single mom at the time.
Oh, okay. In her federal case, she pled guilty to the wire fraud and money laundering, right?
I don't know what the exact charges were, but she did plead guilty.
Right.
I don't remember. I don't know the exact charges.
Okay. And you'd mentioned her contributing to the community.
Yes.
Were you aware of some scholarships, the Michael Cochran Legacy Scholarships?
Yes.
Those scholarships were awarded by the defendant?
Yes, I think so.
But they were never funded, were they?
No.
But she did raise some money for the Michael Cochran scholarships, Legacy Scholarship, correct?
I do not know.
Okay. You just know that in her community activities, she awarded them, but those kids never got a dime.
Correct.
Your Honor, I think that's all the state has of this witness. Thank you.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Your Honor.
We've never seen this phase of a trial before. It's sort of unique to West Virginia, I believe. She owes over $2.5 million.
Is it okay if I call you Penny?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about money for scholarship fund, etc.
Yes.
Were you aware that the government seized all of the assets of Natalie, and among those seized assets were any monies, etc., that might have been paid to these scholarship funds?
I don't know what the money was for, but I do know that the government seized a lot of her money, all of her funds.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
Yes, please.
Those scholarships were awarded in May of 2019, correct?
I don't recall that. I mean, I guess that was the date. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. But the search warrant wasn't until the following month, and she wasn't convicted till like September.
I don't recall the dates, but I know that it was in the summer.
Is Penny?
Penny? Is
Rachel your daughter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all the state has, Your Honor. Thanks.
Anything, Mr. Selden?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is Rachel the girl with the red hair?
Now, I just want a complete understanding of these scholarships. They were awarded in the summer to the students, is that right?
They were awarded, I think, at the end of the school year.
Okay. And the monies to be paid for these scholarships was for the following school year, isn't that right?
Yes.
And all of this investigation into the Ponzi scheme and the seizing of her money, all that occurred before the school year started. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
No other questions?
Anything, Mr. Truman?
Nothing from the statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowry. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Your Honor, we would like to call Lacey Treadway as our next witness.
They say I don't think Lacey's here.
Is she not here?
She told me she had too many meetings she could do.
Your Honor, it does not appear as if Ms. Treadway is here, so we will call Sharon England.
All right.
Lacey was busy. She had too many meetings. She couldn't make it. That's the second snafu the defense attorney has.
If you
just
could,
walked
Mr.
right
Selden,
into.
speak up. The jury's having some difficulty hearing you.
No problem, Your Honor. I usually have the opposite problem.
Thank you. If you'll raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Would you please state your full name and how you spell it?
Sharon England, SharonEngland.
Are you any relation to Natalie Cochran, or how do you know her?
She is my niece.
And as you've heard, we're here and you're here to tell this jury why you think Natalie should get mercy and give this jury a better understanding of what type of person Natalie is. Okay?
Is everybody just going to free spool? Just
To that
narrative?
end,
Begin.
would you speak on behalf of Natalie and tell this jury what type of person you think she is?
Okay. Well, first of all,
and if you would, please speak into the microphone.
Okay. First of all, because I've known Natalie all of her life, we've been in close contact ever since she was born. Natalie's always been the most compassionate, kind, caring person throughout her life, always putting others before herself.
She's reading.
She's a loving mother and is selfless when it comes to the needs of her children. After Natalie's heart became worse and more difficult, to where at times she couldn't drive, and her parents were trying to help, and they would have appointments, and my husband and I would drive the children to school in Greenbrier County. And on those trips, just being alone, usually when we were together, it was at big family gatherings, but just having the kids in the car, we became very close with the kids. And since the death of their dad, they became extra close to their mother, and she was just always there for them.
Now, ma'am, I want to interrupt you for just a moment. You're referring to some notes.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone other than you prepare them?
Oh, no, I prepared it.
Okay, and can it be assumed you jot some notes down to refresh your recollection?
Yes, definitely.
And you mentioned Natalie's heart problems.
Yes.
Were you aware that Natalie had not one, but 2 surgeries on her heart?
Yes.
And that she currently has an implant in her chest to help with her heartbeat?
Yes.
Okay.
A pacemaker?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please go on.
That's okay. I just, since the kids have become so attached to their mom, I'm just asking that you would have mercy on her, that they might have some hope that at some point in time, when she does get out of prison, they would be able to spend some time with her. that would mean a lot to them. And I want to also emphasize that Natalie has always been faithful to volunteer her services and to help others. And I have a list here of things that I'm aware of personally that she has done. As a youth, she donated her money to buy Christmas presents for the needy.
That one counts.
She would come to my elderly aunt's home and other elderly people to give them flu shots and to help with other necessary needs. She volunteered to conduct poison prevention demonstrations at local schools, conducted free health eating course for seniors. She conducted flu shots and clinics at the churches and at Sewing for Souls. She conducted health seminars at the Lions Club. She was a coordinator of juvenile diabetes awareness walks and education classes, organizes medicine planners for their elderly neighbors. She volunteered at Sewing for Souls and at her church with the Bible printing ministry. She taught cubbies and awanas at her church for 5 years and played the piano for 4 years at her local church. She even volunteered at Daniels Elementary when they lost their music teacher because of lack of funding, and she filled in free of charge. She volunteered at Habitat for Humanity as well as Homes for Seniors. And while in prison, she organized and helped with Bible studies, beginners, intermediate, and advanced Bible studies. She wrote 2 devotion books. I know one has been published. I think they both have. And they're using those in the prisons now. And even at Southern Regional Jail, they have some. But also in Kentucky and Tennessee, the prison ministries there are using the devotion and study books that she wrote for the women prisoners. I hope that you will consider Natalie's history of being generous, caring, and giving person, and consider giving her mercy on her sentence. And I hope that you'll pray about it and ask God for wisdom and understanding to do the right thing. I know in Matthew chapter 5, verse 7, it says, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy," and that was said by Jesus. I interpret that to mean that if we're merciful to other people, He will show us mercy. And so I'm asking that you will show grace and mercy to Natalie, just as our Savior Jesus Christ has shown grace and mercy to each of us. We don't deserve it. She might not either, but He gives it to us. It's free. And I'm asking that you would do that for Natalie, not so much for her sake, but for the sake of her children, her parents, and the family. And as you make your decision whether or not to show mercy or no mercy, I know you know your actions will be judged by Natalie's family and loved ones, by Michael's family and loved ones, by the prosecution, and by the defense. But none of that matters. That doesn't matter diddly squat. What really matters is that you will be judged by a powerful Almighty God. And in His word, He said, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." So I'm asking for you to please give her mercy on this conviction so that someday her children will be able to be in her presence.
Okay,
Thank you.
I've never seen
cross-examination.
I've never seen a guilt trip of the jury allowed before as testimony.
Do you mind if I take a look at your notes real quick?
You can, but it's old notes and I revamped them, so I've got little notes on there.
Okay.
Some things I didn't say.
That's just something that we have to do.
Britt Bottoms, thank you very much. Mixed
Now,
feelings
you
here.
describe Natalie as being a compassionate, kind, and caring person. Is that right?
It is. I've never seen her any other way.
So where do you think it all went wrong?
Well, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but she loved Michael with all of her heart. when he asked her to quit being a pharmacist because he was jealous of her coworker. He asked her to also be the woman because they were giving the contracts to women to start that business. And I believe she would have done whatever he said. And I believe she made some unwise, bad decisions.
I believe that too.
She went wrong by loving Michael with all
You're
her heart.
talking about the Bible and the teachings of Jesus. Are you familiar with the Ten Commandments?
Yes, I am.
So you know one of those is thou shalt not kill.
I do.
Do you believe that we're judged by that as well?
Yes, I do. I also believe God will forgive those. And he's asking us to forgive if we want to be forgiven.
I know you talked about her volunteering her time and money and services, especially with things like youth sports too, right?
I wasn't as aware of the youth sports thing. I was more aware of the community things.
Okay. That's fair. I don't think I have any more questions for you. Thank you, ma'am.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. England. You may step down. You are
Thank you.
excused. Call your next witness, please.
I'm
Mr.
surprised
Selden.
the state did not object when she said,
Your Honor,
basically the whole, you're going to have
I
to
would
live
like
with
to
your
call
decision.
Rachel
Not allowed.
Carrico to the stand.
Rachel, she's been here for the duration of the trial as well. Her mom's already testified. This is wild.
You'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Carrico.
Good morning.
You appear very emotional. Are you okay? Can you testify?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would, please talk into the microphone
Okay.
so the jury can hear you. Okay? All right. Please tell us your full name and spell it, please.
Yeah, my name is Rachel Carrico, Rachel Carrico.
Thank you.
Whoa. Second trial.
How do you know Natalie Cochran?
Natalie is my aunt, but I would describe her as more than that. Like my mom was up here saying, she's been a very close and influential person in my life. I would consider her more of a mom than an aunt to me.
Okay, I just want to clarify. You said when your mom was up here testifying, your mother is Penny Carrico Lowry. Is that correct? Okay, please go on.
Her kids they're my cousins, but we've always been like brother and sister. I'm an only child, so having them with me growing up has been a blessing to me, especially within the past 5 years. I think we've grown very close together because we've needed each other. But I would always be with them growing up. Natalie would always include me in anything that they were doing, big or small, whether it was going on a day trip or just going out to eat. They always invited me, and I've just been a member of their family.
I benefited financially from these crimes.
Why do you think this jury should grant Natalie mercy? And you know what that means from the discussions, correct?
Yes.
So why should they give her mercy?
I don't think anyone truly knows Natalie like we do. My family does. Like I said, she's been a mom to me, and she didn't have to do that. Just even last Wednesday, I had to put my dog down after court. And on Thursday, that's when my two cousins had testified. And Natalie called me after from Southern Regional, and it wasn't to talk about court, it was to check on me because I had lost my pet. And she's always been that way with me. She has included me like one of her kids. And when my mom was in the hospital, on my 17th birthday, Natalie bought me a cake, my favorite cake, and took me out to eat so I wouldn't have such a crappy birthday. She took me to Disney World. She taught me how to ski. She bought me my first Starbucks drink. She's had such an influence on my life, and looking back and even looking at now, I'm very thankful for the influence she has had on me, and it has been nothing but good. She has shown me how to love and be strong, and I love her kids tremendously. I will always be there, and it's because of her and her demonstrating that love. I know that there's been things said, but no one truly knows her like we do. And I just beg for mercy because we need it. We need her back. I can't fathom her not being around to not even see me get married or have kids, but much less her own kids. Just, we need hope.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you. Oh, I do have one question. You talked about your 17th birthday. How old are you now?
I'm 26.
Okay. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Ms. Carrico, what do you do for a living?
I'm an occupational therapist.
So where did you go to school?
West Virginia University.
When did you graduate?
College?
Yeah.
May of 2022.
Okay. And you were one of the recipients of the Michael Cochran Legacy Scholarship, were you not?
Yes.
Did you ever get any of that money?
No.
You mentioned that the defendant was so influential on you. Can you be a little more specific other than just generalize she's a loving person? How else did she influence you?
To be smart and to strive for, what I wanted, and encouraged me when I was in college, and just made sure that I knew how proud she was and how good I was doing. And she's influenced what clothes I wear. I like to wear the same type of clothing that she did. And like I said, with coffee, it's little small things that have had a big impact, but also, just the characteristics of her.
Not to revisit this day, but anybody that's experienced putting a pet down knows how awful that is. And you got pretty emotional kind of recapturing that terrible day.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what it's like to be a mom and lose your son?
Be hard.
As understatements go, being hard would probably work, but it would be a lot more than just being hard, wouldn't it?
I'm sorry, I can barely hear the prosecutor. I would like to
speak after. Yes, sir. It would be more than hard to lose a son, correct?
I would say so.
You also mentioned that the defendant influenced you in terms of accomplishments, and you are clearly accomplished, so you can give her some credit for that. She too was accomplished. It's hard to get into pharmacy school, isn't it?
Yeah.
So she was well equipped to deal with life in terms of finances just by not only getting in, but graduating and getting a job as a pharmacist. Isn't that true?
I know I'm not good with finances personally. I think you're good at what you specialize in, and so financially, I don't know.
Okay. In her influencing you, she didn't give you tips on how to run a Ponzi scheme or anything, did she?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions the state has. Thanks.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
That was a
yes,
jam.
Your Honor, just a moment.
Wow. You don't know how to run a Ponzi scheme. She didn't teach you that part, did she? Okay, this process is crazy, and it seems like there's almost no rules. It's like the Wild West of.
Is it okay for me to call you Rachel?
Yes.
Now, Rachel, the prosecutor asked you questions about not getting money for your scholarship fund.
Yes.
And that money was promised to you in the following school year.
Yes, it was going to be for my first fall semester of OT school.
Okay. And before that happened, you're aware that Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran's assets were all seized. There wouldn't be any money for your scholarship fund, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There were questions about your scholarship fund, but did Natalie Cochran give you any other financial help, either in school or otherwise, over the years?
Oh, you asked that?
I don't know so much about school. My mom took care of most of that for me.
Right.
But they would always, she would buy me clothes, or she would pay for my meal if we were out eating, or to get my nails done if I was with them.
She helped you all along with finances when you needed it. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
I don't know why defense would ask that. This is a wild.
The prosecutor asked some questions about Natalie being equipped for life, etc. Did Natalie help you to become equipped for life and all of its bumps and challenges?
Yes.
And how did she do that?
She prepared me to receive consequences
Through
for my actions.
Natural life lessons, whether it was a breakup with a boyfriend in high school, she was there to console me and to tell me that things would be better, and it was okay to cry, but I would be stronger. Whether it was helping to motivate me when it came time, like my senior year of high school or starting college, and she gave me the talk of what alcohol and drugs would be, and she would always be there to call if I ever needed help, and I didn't feel comfortable telling my own mom that she was there and she would do what she could to help me or protect me. I never doubted her love for me. I still don't.
Okay. That's good. I mean, that's sufficient.
Yeah.
Now, did there come a time when Natalie Cochran had to have heart surgeries?
Yes.
Did you care for her in any way or at any time as a result of those surgeries?
Yes. Like I said, I was in college in Morgantown, and she had to have a heart surgery. It was like an outpatient surgery. It wasn't something huge, but I took her up to Morgantown, and we stayed at my apartment, and I took her to that surgery, and I waited for what felt like forever, and the nurse had actually called me and said, hey, this is the number that was on file, but Natalie's asking for a Michael. Do you know a Michael? I was like, I do, but he's not here, like I would be there to get her. And I went and consoled her.
Let me clear something up here. You're talking about Michael Cochran, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And Michael was still alive at that time, correct?
No.
No, he'd already passed?
Yeah. Okay. But she was under like an anesthetic. And
okay.
So.
It was an
no further
outpatient.
questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
State has no additional questions, Ms. Carrico. Thank
Very
you.
well. Thank you very much. You may step down.
The state could have pressed further. They're
Call your
not.
next witness, Mr. Selden.
They're bunting instead of swinging for the fences on the cross.
The defense would like to call Larry Jessup.
This is Dad. Why was he asking about the cancer? Yeah, about that. This is crazy because anytime somebody says she was generous financially, the jury just hears with somebody else's
Raise
money.
your right hand, please, sir.
And every time they talk
You
about the
swear or
service she
affirm
did
to
with
tell the
like,
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
teaching
I do.
about
You may have
drug
a seat.
poisoning and everything else, they're like, yep, she knew. It's almost like there can't be a win. What she's doing in prison right now, that counts.
Would you please tell this court and the jury your name and how you spell it?
Larry Jessup, Larryjessup.
Just
Mr. Jessup, are you any relation to Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I'm Natalie's daddy.
I am again going to ask you sort of open-ended questions. You're here on Natalie's behalf today, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And since you're Natalie's father, you know her pretty well. You've been with her all of her life, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you please tell this jury what kind of person you know Natalie to be and why you think they should grant her mercy?
Well, Natalie was my daughter. Naturally, she grew up in our household. She was always a great youngster. She was always very giving person. She helped us, my wife and I, Daphne, all in her growing up years. She went to high school here in Beckley, and she, in high school, she did a lot of different things extra for her school.
Like what, if you recall?
Well, she's on committees, and she did social service work and that kind of thing.
Okay, please go on.
As far as the timeline in her life, I can kind of go along those kind of lines. My sister Sharon has already mentioned a lot of things that she did, and as she grew up. But she met Michael in high school, and he would come to our house, and so I got to be friends with him, and then they both went to WVU to school, and then they decided to get married in 2019, and then they were married May the 20th of 2020. They didn't have a place to stay, so my wife and I bought him a mobile home, and he didn't have a car to drive, so I gave him a pickup truck that I had, and so they went all the way through college at WVU, and then they went to Tennessee after they got out of school. they moved to Tennessee, and I think he went to work at a company called Nova, and she went to work as a pharmacist.
Okay.
And,
please talk into the microphone. You're kind of fading out a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nova does government contracts.
You're doing fine, sir.
So my wife and I, we would go visit him periodically, and Michael and I would go fishing in the mountains at Pigeon Forge. They live right outside of Pigeon Forge.
Nova's a big government contracting company.
I'm sorry, sir.
Nova Solutions.
Okay. And we would visit them there, and our first grandchild was, well, not first grandchild, but the first one from Natalie and Michael was born in Tennessee, and then they moved back to here in 2006. And they bought a home on 4H Lake Road. It was repossessed by the bank, and it was in dire need of repair. So Michael and I worked on the house for about a year, repairing the house. And Michael and I became very, very close. And of course, Natalie, she would come over and help us, and my wife would keep the children. And then they moved, of course, into that house. They stayed with us while we were repairing the house. And then they've, they had a good life there. They did a lot of things together. We did a lot of things with them.
What are some, now, I'm sure the jury wants to hear a lot of this history, but you said they did a lot of things together. Please tell what kinds of things and what Natalie was doing, if you would.
Well, your everyday life, you see, you just kind of go along. Some things you remember as events in their life. Other things are just every day going along together.
Can you speak to Natalie's personality, her character, things like that?
Well, just like she had always been, she was a very caring person. She took care of her family. She took care of us a lot of times. If we needed something, she would help us. But as far as her family, she always put her family first in everything.
How old are you, sir?
77.
Has Natalie taken care of you for any physical ailments or anything like that?
She would always take care of me getting shots and that kind of thing. I had a massive heart attack in 2014, and she was always coming over, checking on me, blood pressure, my heart rate, and those kind of things. And then in 2000,
blood glucose levels.
January of 2015, I had a defibrillator and a pacemaker put in, and she was always trying to monitor those for me. Yes, sir.
I need just a moment, Your Honor.
Very well.
Mr. Jessup, as we get older, we kind of get some dates mixed up.
You meant 2000.
Wasn't it true that Natalie and Michael got married in the year 2000, not 2019 or 2020?
Oh, I'm sorry, 2000. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble with my memory as I get older. Would you classify Natalie as a good daughter?
Certainly. Excellent daughter.
How would you classify her as a wife and mother?
Again, excellent. She took care of Michael and the kids. Did every, just as almost as a servant to him. Yes, sir.
She took care of Michael. Oh. How would you classify her as a girl? Because co-counsel says she's a bad girl.
You've talked about how close you were to Michael, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
and Natalie.
Yes, both. Mike and I developed a really just a minute. I'll be all right.
Okay. You're obviously very emotional.
Yeah.
Just take a moment, okay?
He's like, don't
a real close relationship over the years. We hunted and fished together, went on vacations together. He took me deep sea fishing. He became just like a son to me. You know, it was a very good relationship. We did a lot of things together and also with my grandson Ashton, his son, and that went on for years. And then 2000, we had a lease in Greenbrier County, and we built a shelter up there. And he could do a lot of the work that I couldn't do. Of course, I was a little bit more able to do things then. It was about 10, I guess.
Okay. 10. Let me just interrupt you for just a moment. It's obvious you had a very good relationship with Michael.
Yes.
You had a very good relationship with your daughter.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no.
This jury has already found Natalie Cochran guilty of killing her husband, Michael.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Do you think she should be punished for that act by spending the rest of her life in prison?
Well, I would hope that the jury would see fit to grant her mercy. I know they made their decision. Certainly, I don't agree with it. I felt like that there was a lot of variables there and a lot of unanswered questions. So I would plead with the jury, have compassion, and to give her mercy. So, I mean, I'll never be able to touch her again. All the time I'll be able to see her be behind the glass wall. But, you know, her kids, if she spends 15 years, they would be 35 and 33, I guess. So they would be able to have.
Yeah. Take a moment, sir.
Yeah, okay. Some more time with her kids. But as far as I'm concerned, of course, she's my daughter. I thought she was the best kid we could ever have. We had 4 kids, and all of them were great. Okay. And
And I just, you're 77 now, right?
Yes.
So when Natalie is possibly up for parole, if the jury gives her mercy.
Yes.
If my math is correct, you're going to be 92 years old, is that right?
Yes, sir. I don't figure I'll ever make it to 92 with my heart, but I would be 92. Mm-hmm.
So you may or may not be alive after that 15 years. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Would you like the possibility of spending time with Natalie, not behind the glass or in prison, but in person, and hopefully you'll live that long and the jury would grant you mercy? Is that a hope of yours?
Certainly. Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Jessup, I just want to ask you one thing, and then I'll let you go, okay?
Okay.
Now, we've heard a lot of talk already this morning from other witnesses and from you about wanting to reunite Natalie with her kids so that they have their mom.
Yes.
How does it make you feel to know that they will never be reunited with their father?
Makes me extremely sad.
Thank you, sir. That's it. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
I'm gonna let you on.
No, sir, just hold on.
No other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jessup. You may step down. You are excused.
Okay, this.
Call your next witness,
Mercy trial is
Mr. Selden.
absolutely crazy.
Your Honor, this time we would like to call Daphne Jessup to the stand.
That's mom, right?
If you'll raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may have a seat. Are you okay?
I'll be fine.
All right. Would you please tell this court and the jury your full name and spell it?
Daphne Jessup, D-A...
And talk into the microphone.
D-A-P-H-N-E J-E-S-S-U-P.
Okay. Are you any relation to Natalie Cochran?
Yes, sir. I'm her mother.
And you're appearing here on her behalf, is that right?
Absolutely.
I'm not struggling with the verdict, but I didn't think the state proved it.
Would you please tell this jury what kind of a person Natalie is and was to you, and why they should consider granting her mercy?
Yes, sir. My husband and I didn't talk about what we were saying, but I did a little timeline. I thought that would help me stay focused today. But she was born to us late in life, and all the siblings were growing up and going, and she was still home with us. So there was the three of us, all through childhood.
Ma'am, if you would.
No.
Slowly. So I want the jury to hear everything you have to say. Thank you.
All through childhood, she did terrific in school. There was never a problem. And I don't want to be funny, but the only problem I had with her in second grade, over half of her classroom got lice, and she was one of them. And so with her curly, tight hair, I had a hard time with her. That's the only thing. She was a wonderful child. She was active in cheerleading, music. Oh, she's talented. She can sing. She can play the piano. It embarrasses her too, and she gets nervous, so she seldom does it. But I think she'd probably go to Nashville. She'd sing at church and things. But always a joy. And like others said, her aunt would give all the kids a good bit of money at Christmas. She always took half of hers and gave it to others. And that's in childhood.
All of everyone else's.
And then in high school, it was the same way. She didn't date very much. She worked. She didn't have to work, but she wanted to work, and she worked at a sporting goods store. And that's where she met Michael. And they were 18 when he came to our house, and he became like a son to us. I made notes. I don't want to forget anything. But
yes, ma'am. And I just want to clarify those notes.
Yes, sir.
Those are your notes.
Yes.
To refresh your memory.
Yes, sir.
Nobody else made them. Nobody else told you to write them down. Is that right?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So they dated, and then the summer after the 12th grade, I think it was, they graduated. Larry and I drove Michael other places to play summer baseball. He loved baseball. We stayed together in motels, Larry and Ashton, Michael, and then Natalie and myself.
Okay, just a little slower. I know you want to get it all out, and I want to hear it. I know the jury wants to hear it, so just, slow it down a little bit. Thank you.
So then college came, and after the first year of college, they were married.
She has one speed. Just let her talk.
When they had the wedding, her professor had a band, a bluegrass band, and he brought his band down, and they played Civil War music for the wedding. We had it outdoors, and Michael wasn't real close to his dad at that time, his biological dad. But his dad came with his stepmother, and her name was Dream, I believe. They helped me. We painted. We did yard work. We put down mulch. And they were in his life at that time. After they were married, Dreama and Mike gave him a cruise for a wedding present. So we took care of the wedding. His daddy and stepmother took care of their honeymoon. When they came back, we bought him it was a nice trailer, a dentist had it, and we added patio and a porch to it. We made sure they had a car. We helped them with school all we could.
Okay. Did Natalie and Michael have much money at that time?
No, sir. She worked 3 jobs. At times she was working 3 of them. Michael tried, but Michael had a different temperament, and that's him, and that's fine. And he just couldn't work with public. Sometimes he would work at the school gym and get paid, helping people to exercise. He loved bodybuilding, so that was perfect for him. But she worked at different places to make money, and we tried to help. When they graduated, and before we took them on vacations with us, we did everything we could for the kids. We loved them and we were close. They moved to Tennessee for a little bit, and that's where Nikki was born, and I was there with Michael when a few hours after she was born. I stayed with them to help them. They came to live at our house and wanted to remodel that old house. So the men worked, and we think sometimes Michael was like married to my husband. He loved him so much. They hunted, they fished, they built on the house. Larry taught him electrical work and carpentry, because my husband had to do all that on 2 houses we built. So they worked every time they were able, weekends, holidays, after hours of work. Natalie would work extra shifts. She worked as a pharmacist in Oak Hill at that time, driving to CVS. I would keep the baby when I got home from teaching. And then they moved in their house, and here came Ashton. So now we're a family of 6, the 4 of them and the 2 of us. Again, vacations, holidays, moving in the house. And I retired when Ashton was born so that I could be their babysitter. I just don't want to leave anything out that I wanted to tell you.
Hold just a moment.
Cachette, thanks for gifting 10 memberships. This is a crazy proceeding. Natalie, unfortunately, doesn't have a single lawyer who's good at this stage of the trial.
Natalie and Michael's son, would you just refer to him as their son and not name him?
Yes, sir.
Because
yes, sir.
He's a minor.
Yes.
Okay?
Sir. Yes.
All
Sir.
right. Please go ahead.
So we start going to on trips. We eat out. We do a lot of things as a family, and my husband's still working, so at this time Michael and him take a few holidays, and Michael always, I think we were very close, and the kids said he loved me. I thought he did. I wouldn't know for sure. He never said he loved me, but he'd always say, "Daphne, you're going with us." And he was the domineering figure in the family, but Natalie didn't mind, I didn't mind. So I'd go with them while my husband stayed here and worked. I'd go on holidays with them. And I'd offer to stay in the room and take care of the kids at night so they could go to a dinner or something. He'd say, "No, you're going with us. I want you to go to this steakhouse." He always took care of me. He'd do anything he could for me, and I'd do anything I could for Michael.
Okay, slow down a little bit.
Well, it broke our heart when he left this world. Our last trip was in the summer before Michael passed away, and we went to Ocracoke Island. The men fished, and we sat aside. We played in the water. They did the boards on the waves. But it was a wonderful week, and Michael had a golf cart, and he got me a golf cart, and we'd ride the others around because that was fun for this person. But Michael was sleeping more and more. Even in the car on the ferry, he'd fall asleep. He wasn't staying awake much, and he'd hold his head a lot. He was sick. When we came home, there was foods he liked to eat, and he had asked me to cook, and he'd come after work. He liked breakfast foods in the evening, all breakfast foods at one time, and I'd fix it, and then he'd have to lay on the couch. He thought it was green mold that was making him sick. He was working in a house.
Ma'am, I don't want you to go into the case in chief.
Okay.
I want you to
talk about
Natalie's character, etc. we're not here to relitigate the case, okay?
Okay. I didn't want to bring the case up. No, sir.
Okay.
But I was just telling you, I just wanted everybody to know that Michael and I had a good relationship. The kids did everything they could for me. Natalie helped me with my ministry, so did Michael. I was always all about kids. I love children of all colors, all sizes, and I've helped children and families in 45 countries. Michael helped me furnish, and Natalie, they helped me furnish seed in Zambia for Matambo Village.
I'm sorry. Could you clarify that a little bit? What are you talking about?
Well, in Matambo Village is one of my favorite villages in Africa, and I've been there twice. They plant things like corn, tomatoes, cabbages. The government buys it, and then the government didn't give them money one time, and they couldn't buy seed.
Who is they? Who are you referring to?
The Zambians, under Pastor Mukatasha lives there. It's a village in Africa.
All right, go ahead.
So we bought sacks of seeds. It was a total of $5,000 for all the seed for the village. And I had every kid there a mattress and a blanket. They were $81 for a mattress and a blanket.
When you say we bought this, who are you talking about?
Well, I have a ministry, and it's under the church. Other churches and people support me. It's all these people, we work together.
Okay, I want you to concentrate on Natalie.
Okay, well, that's what I said. Natalie and Michael gave me $5,000 one Christmas. And we finished getting every child in that village a blanket and a mattress, because it gets down to 40 degrees at night there, and some of them get close to fires and they burn.
Okay, let's skip ahead over that. So you're talking about Natalie and possibly Michael giving you money to help
Natalie,
this village in
and
Africa.
Maybe Michael.
Yes.
Okay.
They also bought playground equipment for the school in that little village.
Okay. And when you say they, you're talking about
Michael
Natalie.
and Natalie.
Okay.
Michael and Natalie.
Anything else?
Let me look through my notes if you don't mind real quick.
Go ahead, take your
liked
time.
Michael more than Natalie. That's what I'm getting from this.
I wasn't able to be here during some of the trial because they thought I might be a rebuttal witness or something. So I don't know what was said and done. But it bothered me when I came back and there was a picture of Michael on the floor. No one ever explained why he was there, but I knew why. People said, take a picture the next time he passes out.
Ma'am, again, we're not relitigating the case. We're talking about Natalie's character and why this jury should consider granting her mercy. So we don't want to relitigate the case, okay?
I'll just mention that then I begged for mercy. I don't know how to beg from you. My children, they're my grandchildren, they need their mother. Larry and I probably won't be here much longer at our age. If she's gone that long, we'll probably never get a hold of her again. But maybe her children can if you give us some mercy. And it's funny that Larry used hope, Penny used hope, and that's what I had in my notes. We need hope. We just need maybe the morrow's coming where she can look forward to something. And about her character, can I mention what she's done in the prisons?
Yes, you can.
She's written one devotional book, and it's being used a lot.
And for the record, you're showing that devotional book?
Yes, sir. This is her devotional book, and her daughter, Nikki, on the back did all the reflection pages. If you have journal writing in the prisons, federal prisons, you can have a book like this if it's for journaling and for religious reasons. So there's 2 reasons these girls get to keep these. And it helps inmates. It's Natalie's inner feelings about being there, things that she faced outside, inside. These girls relate to it. There's no one else that can relate like this girl does. And I hope God doesn't keep her there forever.
And you're pointing to Natalie, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't want God to keep her in prison forever, but she's a prison ministry person. And it's called the dandelion ministry, because even a dandelion will grow through concrete. I have my own ministry called Sowing for Souls, but I've also adopted this ministry, And I'm going to do all I can. I'm already doing things for inmates, and so is she. We get books, we get Bibles, we get clothes for them. Some of these girls have 0 people. They were raised on the street. Nobody knows the heartache these girls in inmates in prisons go through.
Okay, I just want to interrupt you a little bit. You're talking about things Natalie has been doing in prison, both in the federal prison and possibly at Southern Regional Jail.
I think there was about 30 some of these books at Southern Regional, and a girl came out there the other day and told Natalie she had been in a drug rehab in Charleston. She said, they're using your book down there. The second book's at the publishers or on its way. I finished typing and doing things. It's been sent out. But she makes such a difference. Like a sales pitch?
You're talking about, and again, you're talking about Natalie.
Yes, sir. Natalie's worked for administration. She works as the barista at the prison that's serving the guards and people Starbucks coffee. She trains people to do that out on the streets once they're released.
And this is while she's been in prison.
Incarcerated.
It was Starbucks in the prison?
I didn't think she would live there. She's never struck a kid. She's never struck her pets or anything. She's soft-voiced, and we all thought somebody will kill her. She's been in some situations, but there's always been someone to look after. She does not know the difference in the color of people, and I don't either. She does not notice the difference in sizes of people, and they know that. A woman wrote me and said as soon as she walked in the prison, they knew there was a difference there, a light. And she is a light, and that's what she's been to me. She's a light. And whenever I need something, she'll say, Mommy, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm fine. And so when I know she says fine, I know she's not really fine. She's just trying to keep me from being upset.
And again, you're talking about your conversations you're talking about conversations with Natalie in prison,
yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, sir. And we've run across so many good people. There are so many ugly people out there, how they treat others. In her path, there have been so many good people, administrators and all that have helped. And I don't know if I can say it in court.
Some of us can't help it.
No one would give her heart medicine at Southern Regional. She was so sick. Senator Roberts helped me to get medicine for her. At the federal prison, people here didn't even sin that she had had heart surgery or heart problems. They didn't know, and they wouldn't give her anything. They wouldn't listen to Senator Roberts because he stayed.
Okay, I need to interrupt you here. When you say they, are you
the
talking?
Administrators.
Hold on, let me ask my question. Are you saying the prison's personnel are not giving Natalie adequate medical treatment? Is that what you're saying?
They are now. They are now, thanks to Representative Carol Miller.
Let's not go into side names and issues.
Politics.
Okay.
Wow.
So you're concerned for Natalie's health while she's in prison. Would that be a fair statement?
Oh, yes, because every time she's drugged down here, she misses her heart appointments because they keep putting them out, and you never know when you have an appointment. They just come and get you sometime at 6:30 in the morning and say, it's your appointment, let's go to Morgantown. But she hasn't had her heart looked at or some other problems. You look at her teeth. One tooth is falling out, her gums turn black, she can't get dental help. I beg for things like that, and I'll work for it. I'm not an advocate. I'm not a good speaker. You can see that.
Okay, let's, again, we don't want to get confused in side issues and names, but you're telling this jury about Natalie's neglect and improper care in prison. Is that what you're summarizing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. How old are you, ma'am?
77.
So, like your husband, even if this jury gives Natalie mercy, you may not be alive when she gets out, possibly in 15 years.
I don't look for that. My mother lived to be over 100, but I don't feel like I can.
Okay. So you're hopeful that Natalie might get out and you might be able to spend more time with her. Is that correct?
I'd love to be able to spend, I want to hug her. And the bailiff here's let me give her a couple of hugs, but I want to just hold her for a long time.
Okay, now, this jury's already decided that Natalie has killed her husband, Michael. And you've talked about your close relationship with Michael, your husband's close relationship. Given that they've already made that decision, do you think Natalie should have the opportunity to be paroled in 15 years or more and have the opportunity to get out of prison even though they found she killed Michael?
I do. I beg. I don't know what else I can say except please give mercy to her. It won't be for me probably, but be for her and her children and grandchildren someday.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination.
This could be harsh.
Ms. Jessup, how many years did you teach?
30 years.
In Raleigh County?
Yes, sir.
What did you teach?
Elementary school mostly.
Wow, 30 years. Was Mr. Jessup a teacher too?
My husband.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Again, I'm having some trouble hearing the prosecutor.
Was Mr. Jessup a teacher too?
No, he worked at the Board of Education in accounting.
It's just
he did. He's
the only one that can't
assistant
hear.
down there to the main accountant.
Does he have a degree in accounting?
That was his major in school. And he was also a state tax examiner at one time. I think he wrote maybe the manual for that at one time. I don't know if they still use the manual or not.
The defendant has a degree in pharmacy, correct?
She's a doctor of pharmacy.
So it's beyond just graduating from pharmacy school. She did something else?
Well, I think they put more title to it, more courses or something. Used to be you could be a pharmacist without having that doctorate degree, but it's more years or something at her time when she graduated.
Okay. And then she went on to get an MBA, right?
Access Health paid for that. And I went with her to take tests and things in Morgantown and stayed with her while she did group work with other people working on that degree.
As a teacher, you must have been ecstatic that your daughter did so well academically.
All of my children have done well. We strive to do well in school.
Now, did you and Mr. Jessup provide the financial aid for the defendant to go to pharmacy school?
We did all we could, but she worked, and I think they had some grants, because I had to put 4 through college. And
I'm sorry, you had to do what?
We had to put 4 children through college, and then we were helping Michael and Natalie together as much as we could financially.
Okay. You were also a victim of the Ponzi scheme, were you not?
I was not a victim of the Ponzi scheme.
So you and your husband didn't invest with the defendant in the contract?
I invested, I gave money to Michael's company at the time, $226. I knew what I was doing. I was investing.
$226 is all you
$226,000
$226,000
or more.
$1,000, okay.
Thousands.
And you didn't get that money back?
No, all the money was seized and taken and sealed. We do not know how much money was in their accounts. We do not know how much money was in the company. No one investigated to see if this was maybe a scam on the kids. The kids would never hurt me. Michael and Natalie would never do anything to hurt us. Something's wrong, but no one investigated.
Holy.
Didn't you file a claim as part of the federal restitution?
My husband took care of that but I think they didn't think we were victims. We're not victims. We'll never get any money back. Natalie asked the government to consider us victims. They said no. We tried to buy, if I'm doing something wrong, you tell me.
Yes.
We tried to buy Natalie's house for the children, put it in their name and our name. We offered, we could pay $320,000. We sold our house to do it. Michael's family fought us on that. At one time we were getting it, and then one judge backed out. They sold the house for $280,000 or $285,000, so the children don't have their home, they don't have their dad, they don't have their mom, they have two old people. And I'm so thankful for the other young folks that take care of the kids, teachers in Greenbrier County, principals. These kids can stay at their homes if there's ever snowstorms and things like that. That's why I said, you don't know the good people that have come out of this, the blessings we've seen from people.
And I gather by your discussion of times you've been to Africa and helped people out and stuff that the defendant was raised in a very religious-oriented environment. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, but I think she's more spiritual than I am. I cannot write and speak like she can, and how to reach other people. I help children. But yet it multiplied. We put in wells, we feed people, schools. I built schools. Nobody knows just all the people that come forward throughout the United States. There's a man in Zambia watching every minute of this, Pastor Luke Katasha. I've got people in Burma in different countries that are praying for us around. One of them prayed around the clock a whole month, a big church.
But back to my question, you raised the defendant in a very Christian, religious-oriented home. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And since you've been involved with the defendant since she was put on this earth, right up into the present, where did things go off the track with her?
Well, if I overstep, you tell me to stop talking, because Michael was out of work. She was a pharmacist. He watched a movie called War Dogs. And I do not appreciate all the cursing, but he wanted me to watch it, so I watched it. He was going to do government contracts. In the movie, the two men go to prison for 20 years apiece or more. I think they're out now. And I begged him, I said, don't you do anything wrong. He said, I won't. And then he started to open it up to family, and I said, keep it in the family. I knew some of the family members involved. I did not know some of the doctors involved at the time, and people like that. If you kept it in the family, I think things would be fine, but it got outside. And I don't think Michael was doing anything illegal. I think Michael thought he was doing right. They were going to look in to see if it was a scam. But then they had Natalie. Can I tell the jury what she pled to? It wasn't a Ponzi scheme. The first thing, and I wrote the numbers down on the indictment, was number 6. She bought Michael a black car frame. It doesn't even have a motor. It was a Cobra, and that's called money laundering because it went across state lines or something. The motor came from somewhere else. They didn't do a thing about that. The other thing, her name was on the bank account. If my husband gets arrested, my name's on the account. I'll probably go too. And the same with the kids. If Michael were here, he and Natalie would both be in trouble, but maybe some help would come for them.
This trial has gone off
Michael and
the
Natalie
rails.
loves us. They would never hurt us in any way.
You and Mr. Jessup had 4 children, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And they're all still alive?
Yes, sir.
Can you think how awful it would be to lose one of them?
We lost one. We lost Michael. He was like a son to us.
And from his mother's perspective, that would be as bad or worse than your loss. Is that fair to say?
No, sir. I don't think it's fair to say. I'd like to say something, but I've not been negative about his family. And I don't know if I can do that in court, so I probably shouldn't say anything.
Whoa!
Okay. Thank you. State has no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
No.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
Sorry.
Why would you keep her on the stand? This is terrible. What would you like to share about Michael's family? Go into depth. Spill the tea. This is awful.
Ms. Jessup, you said, if I recall correctly, that you tried to more or less salvage the Cochran's home from being auctioned off. You made an offer of over $300,000, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to buy it back so the children would have a place to stay.
Yes, sir, and the federal prosecutor asked me
please, just listen to my question, okay? Now, because you couldn't do that for whatever reason, okay, you said that now the children don't have a home anymore and have to depend on others. Is that what you said?
they have a home with me.
Okay.
If I could have bought their home, their names would have been on the deed with all four of our names would on it. The home I bought now just has my husband and my names on it.
Okay, so you wanted the children to have their original home back and not be dependent on you and others. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. I want them to have their home.
Okay. And if I'm correct, and you correct me if I'm not, you said Michael didn't do anything wrong. Is that what you've said?
He was trying not to do anything wrong. Something may have happened.
You said you don't believe Michael did anything wrong, but did you? What about Natalie?
No, sir. Neither one.
You forgot
they
to
would
mention
never do anything
Natalie.
wrong or not do anything to hurt us.
That's all, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Truman?
State has no additional questions of Ms. Jessup. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Jessup. You may step down. Let's go ahead and take a brief recess, 10 minutes at least. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
Okay, can we just let me just stop and rewind for a second. Not like actually rewind, because I don't think I can sit through that again. When they named this the mercy section of the trial, I didn't realize it would be us that would be begging for it. This is absolutely wild. There seems to be no rules. Everything is allowed in. It's you take, like somebody said the best, this is like a victim impact statement with cross-examination. And all the regular rules are gone. I don't even think you can object. We've had people get up and victim blame. We've had people get up and fault the jury and say they're wrong. I don't agree. You didn't look at, there's other things. They blamed the government. We've got just all sorts of, why we know all this about Zambia, I have no idea. This is a little bit crazy, And I think Natalie is believed on her side of the family a little bit more than maybe she needs to be. It's more than denial. This is deceptive. Yeah, she says we were not victims. We were not victims initially, and then she said we tried to apply for victims. They wouldn't let us. I didn't understand that. They invested $250,000, didn't get it back, but we were not victims of a Ponzi scheme. And the way she said, $261, we invested $261,000 or something like that. Whoa. The guilt trip put on the jury. Every other state I've ever seen a trial in, you are not allowed to tell the jury. Just remember, you're going to make a decision. You walk out of this courtroom. Here, we'll get full screen on this one because this is serious. When you walk out of this courtroom, you would have made your decision. You might be able to walk away from this trial, but when you go to bed at night, and when you're trying to sleep and we're laying awake, it's going to come back and it's going to haunt you. And you can't do that. You can't do that. But they did. Welcome to West Virginia. crazy, crazy. And when they say begging for mercy, they were literally begging for mercy. We're only halfway through, if that. I think we still have a couple of the kids still to $262, no biggie. I mean, $262,000. We've still got the 2 kids who are going to testify. I imagine that since we've already heard from them once before, that we'll probably hear something very similar to what we've heard from Grandma just now. I believe they get their information from the same source, and they probably have very similar opinions. But, man. God is watching you. Yes, I believe that. I'm personally a religious person. I don't think that that argument is appropriate in court. Who didn't show up? Y'all think it was this? No, I don't remember what the relation was, but that's the second time this attorney... Oh, and can we go on a little tangent and talk about the attorneys for a second? Mr. Victor and what's his name? I don't remember who's doing the questioning here. First of all, I'm glad Mr. Victor is not doing the questioning, because he would be like, hey, speak up. And he'd be interrupting constantly. This guy is only marginally better, has zero bedside manner. He thinks, apparently, based on his actions, this is how I'm judging this, he thinks that just slowing people down so that they drag out the emotional part will connect to the jury. And I don't think it is. Because it's the content that they're sharing that's got people going, what? That's not right. But he's trying to drag out the tough parts for these witnesses, hoping that it will, pull on the heartstrings of the jury. That's like the whole plan. None of the witnesses were prepped at all. I mean, that's great. They brought notes. That's cool. But they don't even know what they should talk about and what they shouldn't. And apparently relitigating the case is fair game. We can go there. We've got a short break here. We're going to be back. Here soon. Natalie's mom said more good about Michael than she said about Natalie. Seems Selden. Okay, thank you, Holly Mack. I couldn't remember his name. It was Victor and Selden. My son, by the way, brought me in breakfast. I got biscuit, orange, and scrambled eggs. We still have the other side. We still have the family of the victim. By that, I mean mom and dad of Michael, who, in theory, or at least one of them, are probably going to be called by the state to get up there on the stand. And then they get cross-examined by the defense. Who's that going to be, Mr. Victor? It could be just absolutely nuts. This case was crazy during the beginning, but this last part, this mercy phase, and it's like nobody knows how this is supposed to go. Is this a brand new thing in West Virginia, this mercy trial? Because they're like, hey, we're in this crazy phase where I guess anything goes. Nobody knows what happens or what's supposed to happen, and there are no rules. It's just all up to the jury. They get to decide, whatever. I think the mom's testimony just recently, Natalie's mom's, Daphne Jessup's, that's her name, testimony did hurt the defense more than helped. And then the fact that she was not allowed to watch the trial, but she says she's got these friends that she's connected with in Zambia that are watching every minute of it. And I'm like, careful, because you're almost admitting that there was some sort of connection that shouldn't have been there. But should watch the 8-minute interview of the prosecutors yesterday. He explains it all. It's a free-for-all. It's a cage match is what we have. It's a cage match at the end of a trial. This is sentencing. They're calling it mercy phase. It's ridiculous. Well, they call it the mercy phase because they do allow the begging for mercy. which I guess we see in victim impact statements when the family of the defendant testifies. But the focus is just, the imbalance is wild. And then the cross-examination is, I was floored. You guys were as well. Daphne just about said, I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say here, because so far I haven't said anything bad about Michael's family, so stop me if I go too far. Yeah, stop. Don't talk bad about his family, please. Can you imagine taking $225,000 from your parents, then playing the victim when their money is gone? I am 100% fine with Natalie's family forgiving her. I'm okay with that. I'm fine with anybody forgiving anyone. That I believe is something that, from a personal standpoint, I think it helps me when I forgive people. I think it makes the healing process go better. That's my personal standpoint. It doesn't take the sting away, and it doesn't make it right, but it does, I think, help. If I were wronged and somebody did something to hurt me forgiving them, for me, makes it better. So I'm 100% okay with them doing that. The victim shaming on the other side is too far. Can we hear the victim impacts from the DC? Yes, Corey, that's coming up next. But in this one, because this is the sentencing phase, defense goes last. Defense gets the last word this time. So it's the weirdest thing. Kathy, we're all trying to catch up to whatever just happened, and it's wild, man. We're going to be back in court here in just a couple minutes. They're taking a short break. Denial is not forgiveness. Would you look at that, Cashette? You got a pink courthouse. I am pink. Congratulations on 24 months. Cashette, hope things are going well for you. I know things got busy there for a bit. Hope you're doing great. Welcome back. Let's see. If they aren't unanimous on mercy phase, there will be a mercy phase retrial. Whoa. Nikki, that's where they finally cut it off. That's where they finally stopped the testimony. Her saying that it wouldn't be worse for Michael's mom, the pain that she feels, than what she feels for Michael passing. Which is, I mean, she didn't say it, but it's basically saying, I loved your son better than you did. That's I loved him more. He meant more to me than he meant to you. That's, and spit in your eye. It's, wow. It's the wildest court thing I think I've watched. It's the Wild West. Kathy, member for 8 months of the jury, says only 4 more months to go for a new color. Actually been here for years, but life happens with money. I understand 100%. Thank you so much, Kathy. I love your support. Love the yellow courthouse as well. It will change soon. Oh my goodness. I thought the mentioning of Michael was inappropriate. Feature, I thought that Daphne, particularly when she was talking, said way too much about him. And this is going to sound weird, said way too much good about him. Mr. Selden had to interrupt her and cut her off, and at times even say, now when you say Michael did this, it was Natalie too, right? Can you include Natalie in that? Oh, he's a jolly good fellow. He's, yeah. She likes Michael better than Natalie, I think. Wild. Larly Annie gifted a membership. Larly, thank you so much. You've been amazing. Gifting memberships and encouraging the like button to be clicked, which we're already up to 786. Not 786. Not 786,000, but just 786. Yeah, it would be cool if it was up to 786,000. We'll get there one day. Larly, thank you very much, Larly Annie. Joanne C. gifted a membership as well. Purple Turtle, you're the winner. Val and C, does Natalie get a chance to testify? I think she should, but I think she won't, which is brutal because she's putting her family through this for her benefit. Okay, this is just for her benefit. All this can do is lessen the most extreme sentence that she can get. So it's for her entirely, and her family is being dragged through this, but she is not doing anything. Now, I realize there are some legal reasons to do that because anything you say can be used against you, and you know, the questioning cross-examination could be somewhat brutal, but that just, it seems sort of heartless to drag, you know, mom and dad in their you know, later years through this, and not take the stand yourself. Out and About with Diane says maybe Michael was closer to them than his own family. It's possible, but saying that to them after your daughter has been convicted of killing him, that's a bit much. The other Jules gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Andrea Merchant is the winner on that one. This whole mercy thing is crazy to me. Try to get Kurt to talk about West Virginia laws. This is why when you go to law school, you go to law school in a state and you know, generally you learn general law and then specific law to that state. Every state is different. It's like we've got a whole bunch of little countries. And so you might be licensed to practice law in, I don't know, North Carolina. And you might also get a license to practice law, as Kurt does, in Texas. But that does not necessarily mean you can practice law in every other state. As a matter of fact, you can't practice law in any other state unless they grant you special permission or you pass the bar there. But the rules are different. And this is one area where it's very, very different. Is she guaranteed that parole? Only if the jury grants mercy. If the jury grants mercy, then she is eligible for parole. It doesn't mean it's guaranteed. If she's just a bad girl in prison, which, I don't know, previous behavior might be indicative of future performance. If she's a bad girl in prison, then she probably would not be granted parole. That would be up to the parole board. But the parole board cannot grant her parole if the jury says no mercy. Then it's not even an option. And it sounds like the way everyone's talking, it sounds like these 15 years, the state's sentence would run concurrent with the federal. Is that what I'm hearing? I know that normally we hear the federal runs first and then the state. But it sounds like, I mean, they're doing the math on everything. It sounds like the 15 years, it sounds like they'd be concurrent. She's like 2 years into a 11-year federal sentence. Lazy retired lady, that's one thing I want to listen for, specifically, if it's concurrent or consecutive. Shadow, we've had a run of just crazy, I guess, impact statements. We can count this as an impact statement. Both with, I guess, Sarah Boone. We've got the burn pile murder, which was off the rails as well, and now this one. We've had just, you know, every other trial has been a little nuts. I think her lawyer doomed her by admitting she was a bad girl, so it's easier for the jury to convict. She isn't going to like real prison. Yeah. What's with the Starbucks? What's with Starbucks? Who, by show of hands, how many prisons have Starbucks? Can anyone in your state, does your prison have a Starbucks? McDonald's? I mean, is there like a strip mall? Is there like a Hot Topic? What else do they get in jail that I didn't know about? Club Fed. Okay, so no prisons. This is Greeners. Greeners consulted the internet, which is where all the answers are. No prisons have Starbucks inside, but some prisons have programs to train inmates to work as Starbucks baristas. Do they still have it like a tip jar? Do they get the green apron? Do they get the swanky mugs? Or is it just like learning how to pour the cream in a little funky design? I'm curious minds. I was curious about the affair trial. You don't want to show it. The first 2 days were literally opening statements. Yeah, that one's a bit too hot. That one's a bit too spicy.
Call from Angela.
Angela.
Yeah, hello.
How are you doing?
Hi.
How are you doing?
Sorry, I'm doing good. I don't have a lot of time. I'm just gonna say what a crazy statement. Although not the craziest. Melody Walker in my book wins that one.
Yeah.
I just want to say that there are greeners or whoever.
Hang on.
I
So,
don't
did you say
remember
Melody
that.
Walker or Melody Ferris?
Melody,
the
burn pile.
Okay, fair. That's the Ferris one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was wild.
Yeah, that was wild. There are programs, like Greeners or whoever, sorry, forgot the name, said. But there are also federal prisons where military personnel who are convicted are going to Leavenworth.
Fort Leavenworth or
Leavenworth, yeah. They also have programs where they build stuff and you can buy stuff from them. I may have went down the rabbit hole of federal prisons during Corona, so I know a few stuff. But yeah, federal. There, like someone said, Club Fed, the lower security prison, the federal prisons are like country clubs.
Tennis
like,
courts, chandeliers, hot tubs. They've got it all, right?
Oh, well, yeah.
I hear
Yeah.
you. I hear you. I used to be a sales manager selling, equipment for construction, and one of my customers that was my clients was a correctional industries. It was actually the CI in their name, their logo stood for correctional industries, and so it was literally inmates that were working. They were building buildings or going out and doing stuff, and I sold them a ton of stuff, and they were training people to get jobs afterwards. I'm a big fan of that. I just didn't realize that Starbucks was like, hey, that's where we're going to get our people.
I mean,
we'll go to the feds. Let's go to the clink and,
I don't know how,
and train them.
Speaking of security clearance, I don't know how true this is, but I heard a rumor there is a Starbucks inside of a CIA building, and you have to go through the whole security clearance, and it takes a year to get a job at Starbucks at CIA building.
You need your TS, your top secret clearance to get in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's wild.
To get a job at a Starbucks.
I hope they pay well.
So, yeah.
I mean, if you waited that long.
Well,
maybe it's all tips. The pay's crap, but the tips are good.
Yeah. So yeah, that was it. So yeah, and someone said that I studied prisons during lockdown. Well, thank God no one looked through my Google history during lockdown because I Googled some stuff.
You need to wipe your computer and get a new one. Skylar says, my work has Starbucks and technically it feels like prison. Skylar, that's an awesome comment.
Well, my former work had a coffee machine that is technically owned by McDonald's. So, yeah.
Man, that's wild.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the insight. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We'll see you. Bye. There's one in the Pentagon. Let's see. The state motto is wild and wonderful West Virginia. Yes, I just about moved to West Virginia. I just about did. I was about to pull the trigger on 72 acres of land that had been up for sale for years in West Virginia. And my business idea that we talked it over with my wife was to buy the land and build luxury yurts on the land. And the land was, I believe it was in Boone. I think it was Boone. No. It starts with an M. Anyway, it's on the, it was on the the trail system, the Hatfield-McCoy trail system in West Virginia, which is an amazing, absolutely incredible, beautiful trail system that's built in the mountains where, coal was king, and coal is mostly moved on in a lot of areas, and it left a scar on the land. Well, they've turned that land into just beautiful country as it's, regrown and healed and everything, and there are roads and trails going everywhere. It is stunning, beautiful, amazing. Second biggest ATV trail system in the country. I just about bought that land to build a couple of yurts on there so people could literally ride their four-wheelers right to the yurts, camp in the yurts. It would have like wash bays so they could spray off everything, all that. And like the day before we went to put an offer in on the property, it sold. I was like, clearly that's my sign. That's my sign. So we never went there. We never did that. But what was most terrible about it is right after that, they developed a new state park. They named a new state park that literally borders that property. It would have been amazing. Would have made bank on that. All right. Barbara says, I'm angry. This kind of stuff should not be allowed. I think they went too far. And I put this on the prosecution. There should be objections. I think she's only served 2 of her 11 years. Irish Princess. RA's idea of a luxury is wash bay. Okay, no, luxury, we're talking Pacific yurts. These are 30-foot diameter yurts. Lofts, full plumbing, heating, high-speed internet, everything. It's just a round, semi-permanent tent. That's what it is. Don't knock them, Red Pen. They're beautiful. And they happen to be easy to build. Elizabeth, we're not sure. The lawyers are talking like it would be concurrent, but I don't know. It's not a yurt. That's a trailer that's around. No, it's canvas stretched over a frame. Extreme glamping with four-wheelers. Mixtape says, just wait. Prosecution's going to let us. We should be back any minute now. We're just waiting for court to come back. We've got the audio turned on. As soon as it does come back, we'll bring it to you. But bring the jury. Karen Lewis gifted Karen Lavia gifted a membership. Where did I see Lewis at? Maybe I was just squinting. Thank you very much, Karen, for that. That's very generous. And Jason Riley, you're the recipient. The land would have been near Williamson. I think it was Mullins. Does Mullins sound right? I think it was in Mullins. 72 acres. And it was on a hillside, so we'd have to excavate a couple platforms. Okay, here we go. We're going back. Buckle up, guys. Oh, that's too many of me.
All right. Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Not for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Bring in the jury, please. Bailiff.
That will always remind me of the Kingston Trio song. Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Hang down your head and cry. That's actually a song about somebody convicted for murder as well. Like the judge's tie today. I missed it. I wasn't looking. I'll have to take another glance. Looks like people have regained composure in the courtroom. I think the sentences will be served consecutively, or the parents wouldn't be in their 90s if concurrent. Oh, you're right. The math doesn't math. My math didn't add up. Because they're 77 now.
All right, we continue with testimony provided by the defense. Please call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would like to call to the stand Angie Martin.
Everyone's bringing notes.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may have a seat.
The court recorder has an emergency down jacket in case it gets chilly in there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
It's Angie Martin, Angie Martin.
Do you know Natalie Cochran?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known her? Approximately.
6 years.
Okay.
Maybe 5. I don't know. I'm not.
If you're going to speak, please speak.
I'm not a good mathematician.
That's fine.
I don't know.
If you would, please tell this jury about your experience with Natalie Cochran as a person and your familiarity with her character.
Okay.
And first...
What do you have there? Notes?
Well, I'll get to that. Please go ahead.
Okay.
And again, you are referencing a piece of paper. Is that notes that you have written?
Yes.
Has anyone else provided you with those notes or told you to write anything down or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Natalie's son and my daughter dated 2 years on and off. That's how I began to know Natalie and her family. In the beginning of their relationship, I had no idea who he was, much less who his family was.
Okay, I just want to caution you.
Mm-hmm.
Their son is a minor,
Yep.
so when you're referring to him, just say their son.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
When my daughter began making plans to visit his house, I knew I had to find out more about this boy, like any other mother would do. I totally accidentally somehow came across Natalie's name as being a lady accused of murdering her husband. I immediately went into research mode, making sure this was not the boy's mother that my daughter was dating. Unfortunately, we discovered it was in fact the same family. I was skeptical. I knew this was a young love and it would never last. I told myself not to worry about it. Guess what? The months went on and on and on. Then I realized, maybe this is something. As the months continued, I had several interactions with Natalie. Eventually, we started to become friends. She opened up to me about things that had happened with her family. As the months continued, Natalie began to work for me. She kept me organized. She was great with customers, and everybody loved her.
Okay. What is your business?
I own an antique shop.
Okay. Please go on.
We did a lot of things together in the short amount of time that we knew each other. She was compassionate. She was loving and caring for everyone around her. My daughter would go to their house multiple times throughout the relationship. She loved Natalie and always enjoyed her time at her house. My daughter and I had dinner at their house, game night. We even spent New Year's Eve with them.
Okay, now, I just want to clarify the time. This is when Michael Cochran was still alive, but Natalie had been indicted in the federal system. Is that correct?
Michael was not alive at this time.
Okay, but Natalie was indicted.
But Natalie was
Yes.
alive.
Okay,
Can we just
please
call
go ahead.
the defense attorney to the stand and let
When
him testify?
Natalie was sentenced
Must have talked.
for 11 years, her parents and children were devastated. But through it all, Natalie stayed positive for her parents and her children. Her son and daughter have dealt with so much. They've lost their dad, the home they grew up in, and their mom for the last few years. Their mother means the world to them, and they mean the world to her. Nikki and MAC want nothing more than their mother in their lives. They want her to be a part of their weddings, to have a chance to see her grandchildren, and just to be a part of each stage that they go through in their lives. Natalie's mother and father also want nothing more than just another chance to hold their daughter in their arms and know that everything would be okay once more. Natalie is a mother, she's a daughter, she's an aunt, niece, friend, but she's a human being that has a life just like we all do. She has taught both myself and my daughter that no matter how dark the tunnel could be, there will always be light at the end of that tunnel. She has proved that to us multiple times. Natalie has been strong and courageous throughout many trials and tribulations she has been through. For people to sit here today and consider this woman guilty of first-degree murder has left many people distraught and heartbroken. How can you, as a jury, convict Natalie Cochran of murdering her husband when there's been no hard evidence proven?
Now, ma'am, let me stop you there. That decision's been made.
Right.
It can't be questioned. Okay? You can't comment on
Sorry.
the jury's actions.
That's okay.
Okay. So, please.
To pull this mother away from her children
continues
and family is just hard to understand. Whichever side you decide, I know that no matter what and no matter where, Natalie will forever be a great friend towards both me and my daughter. I ask that you please think long and hard about deciding Natalie's fate for the next chapter in her life. Consider mercy for Natalie. Think of her children while making this lifetime decision.
I don't think I have any questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Martin, you never met Michael Cochran, right?
Unfortunately, I did not.
So I'll ask you a question that I've already asked here today. How do you feel knowing that because of their mother, these children will never have their father in their lives again?
Because of their mother?
She has been convicted of first-degree murder.
And how do I think they feel?
How do you feel knowing that those children will never have their father in their lives again?
I'm definitely sad for the kids, obviously.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Sullivan?
No, Your Honor, nothing further of this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. You may step down. You are excused. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
I see, Amber, I see what you're saying. Every one of these witnesses should have been talked to by defense and know what they should and shouldn't say.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to call the Cochran's son, MAC, to the stand.
Very well.
Now this is interesting because we've literally zoomed in on him during the trial.
Your Honor, my co-counsel has pointed out that he cannot be on camera, and they cannot show his identity.
All right, we've gone through this drill before, and I direct this admonition to the media folks in the back. You can blur out his face or put a block on his face or whatever is done now.
That's all in
but
post.
I do not want his face to be portrayed on camera.
While he's testifying, because we've
All
literally
right.
zoomed in on him while he's sitting there in the gallery. just about walked right in front of that camera. That was a save at the last minute. We'll all pretend like we don't know who
You'll
this
raise
is.
your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may have a seat there.
Looking for the judge's head. There it is. There we go. Found it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
They have the same voice.
How do you know Natalie Cochran? And, well, first of all,
just say and spell your name.
Honor, instead of this witness going through his full name, I'll just ask him to identify himself by the initials MAC.
All right, that would be appropriate.
And as you've heard, you're appearing here today on your mother's behalf, Natalie Cochran, to appeal to this jury to find mercy for your mother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're probably one of the two most familiar people with your mother.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask you, would you tell this jury why your mother should be granted mercy despite the fact that she's been convicted by this jury of first-degree murder? Would you please address the jury on that?
My mom has done...
Could you tilt the microphone up a little bit and speak into it? Thank you.
My mom has been there through everything for me. Every baseball game, football game, school event. She's helped me live my day-to-day life. She still calls me more than once a day, as much as possible.
That's expensive, collects.
And
I know this is hard for you. Just do the best you can, okay? If you need to take breaks, take breaks. Gather your thoughts, whatever you need.
after my dad died, we were all very depressed, a very sad family. She would always text me in the middle of the night, asking me if I wanted my midnight snack or checking up on me, making sure I'm good. She always let me do whatever made me happy. She took us to church.
Tissue right next to him.
If you need to use it, the Kleenex box is there.
Kleenex not a sponsor.
Go ahead. Let me direct questions a little bit. I know it's difficult for you to formulate your thoughts. How do you think your mother is needed in your life from this point on? She's been convicted, okay? She's going to prison. The question here today is, does she go to prison for the rest of her life, or is she eligible for parole in 15 years for mercy? How do you think you need your mother in your life, or even if you think you need your mother in your life from this point forward?
I want my kids to have a grandmother. I want them to know her. I want them to be able to go over to their grandma's house and have Christmas and spend time with her. It's just...
Would you like her to be around and possibly out of prison if you get married or anything like that?
Yes.
You were close to your father as well as your mother.
He says, I love you,
right?
it's okay.
Very.
And even though your mother's been convicted of your father's death, do you have any animosity towards your mother, any desire for her to stay in prison for the rest of her life, or anything like that?
Not at all. Not at all. I love both of them to death. And he knows that he was abusing steroids. It's his fault.
Whoa.
Do anything to save him.
I'm sorry?
Do anything to save him. Both of them.
Who would do anything to save him?
I would.
Okay. Are you 17 years old?
Yes, sir.
And I don't mean to be leading, but if your mother is allowed to attempt to be paroled, it's going to be at least 15 years. So you'd be 32, right?
Yes, sir.
You'd have a lot of life left, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you want your mother to be involved in that life after at least 15 years?
Yes, sir.
What do you think you've learned from your mother in being raised by her and your father? What life lessons or attitudes or things that would help you cope with life have you learned from her? If you can put it into words.
To stay strong through everything, no matter what. And just to be nice to people. Very kind human being.
You'll have some challenges in life from this point forward. You're only 17. You'll have to face many of life's problems, challenges. Do you think your mother, if she is allowed mercy, would help you through those difficult times?
Of course. Of course.
Would you like to make a plea to this jury on your mother's behalf for mercy? Would you like to address them?
I just hope you all understand that it's not just her life that y'all are picking and choosing to mess with, but it's the kids too and the whole families. And a lot of us really want our mom back. Really want her back. And I just beg you, give her mercy. She's a great woman.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
A few questions. You're in what grade in school?
Senior.
Oh, you're a senior?
Yes, sir.
What's your plans for next year?
Hopefully get a scholarship, play baseball at some college.
Do you know where you're going to go?
Not yet.
Do you have any idea what you want to do when you get there?
Go into some type of business form.
Kind of like your sister, she's in accounting. You want to have something similar or comparable to that?
Something like that, yes.
It's fair to say you've had a really bad last 5 or 6 years, right?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, you've lived with your grandma and grandpa Jessup, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You still do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Even though it's not fun, life has gone on for you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I could have just a moment, please.
Very well.
How far do you want to push this one?
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor, not of this witness.
Thank you very much. You may step down. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the defense would like to call Nicole Cochran.
Come forward. You'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may have a seat.
Would you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Nicole Cochran, NICOLECOCHRAN.
And what relationship, if any, to Natalie Cochran are you?
I'm her daughter.
How old are you?
19.
So along with your brother, who just testified, you are probably one of the two most familiar people with your mother's character, temperament, everything as far as her possible qualifications for mercy. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Do you wish your mother to be granted mercy by this jury?
Yes, very, very badly.
I know you're very emotional. I couldn't hear your answer. Take a moment,
Sorry.
please.
Yes, I do.
And I know this is a broad question, but can you tell this jury why you want your mother to receive mercy? And by that, I would like you to talk about how mercy or no mercy would affect your life.
She is my mother, but I've always kind of considered her to be my best friend. Growing up, it was Natalie, my mom. She just meant the world to me, and she would do the basic motherly duties, like pack my lunches, take me to school, take me to music lessons, to tennis practices, but we also did so much above that. She would read me bedtime stories when I was a young girl, and she kind of brought forth my love for books from that. She used to do anything for me. She watched hours of YouTube videos to learn how to do my hair a certain way so that I could have it for tennis practices. I've missed so many moments with my mother. I've missed getting ready with her for proms. I missed having her when I got my driver's license. I've missed her at birthdays and Christmases and Thanksgivings. I missed her at my high school graduation, and I missed her on the day I moved into college. I'm begging you to give her mercy so that I don't have to miss more. I want her at my birthdays in the future. I want her there when I get married, when I have kids, if I'm able. I want her there for all the major milestones in my life that I have left.
Does that include those statements? And I'm not telling you to go on. Do you want to say anything else? I'm going to have a couple follow-up questions, but is that?
You can go ahead.
Okay. You're 20 now, is that right?
19.
19, sorry. Your mother now is 44. You know that?
Yes, sir.
So even if she's granted mercy, she's going to be in jail for a minimum of 15 years. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to be 34 years old after 15 years, and your mother's going to be 59 years old. Do you know that?
Yes, sir.
Do you think if your mother gets paroled or is eligible for parole in 15 years at the age of 59, maybe 60, she would still have life lessons to teach you?
Yes, I do.
This jury has already found that your mother killed your father. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
And you loved your father, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any malice or hatred or anything along those lines to your mother because of that?
No, I love her so much, and that just hasn't changed.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's
Cross-examination.
The best testimony so far on the defense side.
I don't have any questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down, Ms. Cochran. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Your Honor, at this point, we are no longer calling any more defense witnesses.
All right. This would be a good time for us to take our lunch break, members of the jury. It's a little bit before noon. We'll start back up at 1 o'clock, please. This will give you a little extra time to have your lunch. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not access any reports about this case at all online, in the newspaper, or on the television. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 1 o'clock. You may follow the bailiff.
So with that, they're going to go to lunch. We're going to I don't know. Do we work through lunch? I think we'd have to do a portal. Do you want to see if we can catch up on the other trial for a little bit while they do lunch? This has been crazy, absolutely wild. Hang on one sec. Oh, no, we're going straight to lunch. Nothing else. Yes, catch up, please. Okay, we're going to have to watch on at least 1.25 speed. And then we'll skip breaks and everything. So when we come back to this trial, which we will this afternoon after their lunch, we'll probably do a hard cut and start a new video. This has been both the Collin Griffith murder trial with the Natalie Cochran mercy trial nestled in the middle of it. So it's going to be awful for people on the rewatch crew saying, I already get text messages, where's this section? Where's that section? But we're going to pick up where we left off. We have an officer on the stand testifying. We cannot see the evidence. It's just how it is. Let's see if we can get...
At this time, the state would move to publish State Exhibit 166, the crime scene video. Thank you, Your Honor.
Has it been received?
It has, Your Honor.
Any objection to publication at this time?
No, sir.
You may.
Yeah, Angelique, that is crazy. Yes, good luck. We wish you luck. 35 more likes, we'll hit the 1,000 mark. Thank you very much. Oh, it's a silent video. That means I have to narrate it. I don't know if it's playing even. They might be trying to work the cables out. We watched a little bit of argument and I believe one witness this morning on this trial. Barb, no. Everything that happened so far, because the state did not object in the Cochran trial, they have no standing to say there was a problem. The state doesn't get to appeal the sentence here. It's sort of like no man's land. If the state had been the one that caused the problems and the defense had objected, you could say that would be grounds for an appeal. But there's really nothing that's going to happen from all that improperness we saw. Joyce, thank you. Thank you everyone for the 1,000 likes. We love it when we hit that benchmark. So if they give her mercy, is 11 years wiped out? No. 11 years is a federal sentence she still has to serve. I think she's got at least 7, 8, maybe 9 years left on that one. And then she will then start serving, assuming they're consecutive, she will then start serving her 15 years for this trial. If she's... I say 15 years, at least 15 years. The jury could say, we could grant you parole, we grant you mercy so you can get parole after 20 years, 25 years. It just depends. Michelle, we're back down in Florida now with the Collin Griffith murder trial. This is a 17-year-old who's accused of killing his mom with a knife in the kitchen. And what makes this one stand out just a little bit above other killings is that 19 months prior to this, he killed his dad with a gun in Oklahoma. And in that case, he was never charged. He was arrested but never charged. That case has been reopened in Oklahoma because of evidence that's come out in this case, and so he probably will face charges there. That's anticipated. But This is a wild one. He called 911 and said she fell on a knife. She came at him and fell on a knife that fully punctured, and I guess what is it, transversed? It went all the way through the neck region, trachea, arteries, the whole bit. He then called 911 and at least sounded like he was performing CPR, but she literally bled out. We could fast forward through this, couldn't we? But I don't know when the sound starts is the only problem. Let me do a little checking. Let's see if we can. Oh, people get up and they're still going. Fast forward. More video. We're taking a video tour of the courtroom, looking at people.
Good morning.
Okay.
Investigator Bange, the blood on the step that you pointed out to the jury, that was never tested, correct?
I don't know.
So you're not aware of it being tested?
I'm not aware of it, no.
And you don't know when that blood was deposited there, do you?
No, I don't.
In fact, you said you didn't arrive until many hours after the incident, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, because the 911 call came in at about 6:10 p.m.?
Right. We arrived on scene, but I didn't go into the residence until much later, yes.
When you arrived on scene, do you remember what time it was? You may have already said. I'm sorry if I don't.
I can look at my report. I believe it was around... I got there at 7:22.
So over an hour after the 911 call came in?
Yes.
Collin was already outside of the house when you arrived?
He was not inside the house. I don't know where he was.
And EMS had already, or Polk County Fire Rescue had already been to the house, been inside the house, stomped around, did life-saving actions, and then left,
around.
Correct?
Yes, I believe they went into the house.
Myra, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships.
You also said
that
that Collin, at some point you're aware, had blood on his forearms and hands.
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Just now in court.
Oh, okay, so you weren't aware before.
That he had blood on his arms prior? No. I did know about the fingernails. He had blood on his fingernails.
Right. I was talking about the arms and hands. And he could have dripped blood on his way out of the house when he was escorted by law enforcement, correct?
I don't know.
But it's possible.
It's possible, yes.
The blood that you pointed out on Collin's fingernails and his glasses and his right ear, you're aware that Collin did several things at the instruction of the 911 operator, correct?
I don't know. I do know that they sometimes give instructions, but I have not heard this call.
So let me ask you this. If the 911 operator had told Collin to get towels or something to absorb blood and place it on Kathy's neck, and he did that, he could have gotten blood on his fingernails that way, correct?
Yes, that's possible, yes.
And there was, in fact, a bloody towel by her neck when you entered the scene.
Yes.
And you're aware that he also did, well, maybe not. If the 911 operator had instructed him to kneel and do CPR on Kathy, and he did that, that could explain how he got blood on various parts of his body, right?
It's possible, yes.
And if the 911 operator had instructed Collin to get the knife far away from him, he could have gotten blood on his hands that way as well.
Yes.
And the knife was, in fact, far away from where Kathy Griffith was laying, correct?
It was in the same room, but yes, it was not right near her.
You said that, oh, well, let me go back to the blood. You don't know if Collin, in his obeying the instructions of this 911 operator, came in contact with the blood that was everywhere as he's tending to his mother. Maybe at one point he had blood on his hands and adjusted his glasses?
I don't know.
But it's possible, right?
It's possible.
The blood on the bottom of the flip-flop, you didn't really talk about that. You talked mostly about the blood on the shoes that were collected from Collin. But there was, in fact, blood on the bottom of one of the flip-flops that was laying in the kitchen.
Yes, I believe there was. And
finally, you said that Collin was emotionless when you dealt with him. You're aware that people can go into shock sometimes from a traumatic event?
Sure.
So that's one possibility here too.
Of course, I'm not a doctor.
Thank you.
Michelle, thank you. Congratulations on 18 months.
Witness released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot I do have one other question.
You may.
I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
The photo of Collin from inside the trailer, there's a mark on his torso about midway between chest and hip.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
That corresponds with a slit in his shirt, doesn't it?
There was a slit in the shirt.
In the torso area?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Any read right now, Mr. Levine?
No, thank you.
Still free to go.
Yes.
Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call forensic investigator Michelle Peters.
Selena K., thanks for the gifted membership. Next up, Michelle Peters. We're hauling through this. We're trying to catch up before we return back to the Natalie Cochran mercy trial.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Peters, may you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Michelle Peters. I work with the Polk County Sheriff's Office in the Forensics Unit.
How long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 20 years.
Now, let's talk about specifically in this case, did you have an opportunity to go to the medical examiner's office?
I did.
And what takes place at the medical examiner's office as it pertains to the homicide cases?
A post-mortem examination of the body, which is actually called an autopsy in layman's terms. And they examine the body and we take photographs and collect evidence.
Now, when you take photographs, does that give us a frozen in time picture of what the victim looked like? Any injuries or markings, anything of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And what evidence do you collect from an autopsy?
Standard autopsies, we take head hair samples, we take ink impressions, which are fingerprint impressions, and we take a red top and a purple top blood tube, and then we take, depending on the case, we will take fingernail swabbings or clippings, we can take clothing, any weapons that may be present.
All right, now in this particular case, were you able to take blood samples from Kathy Griffith?
We did.
And is the purpose of that so that it could be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis?
Further testing.
Now, in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see a series of photographs, State Exhibit 125 through 155?
I did.
And are those autopsy photographs taken of Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what date it was that you actually went to the medical examiner's office?
I'd refer to my report.
Yes, ma'am.
It was September 9th of 2024.
So September 8th, 2024 was a Sunday. You went Monday morning, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'll go by your word.
What was the time that you were there?
I arrived at the medical examiner's office at 7 in the morning.
And is that common for an autopsy to be performed the day after a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Did Assistant Medical Examiner Dr. Garavan perform the autopsy?
He did.
And were you present for that?
I was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibits 125 to 155 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
With permission from the court, may I publish the photos? Thank you.
By publish the photos, he means not show us.
All right, that talks about the time and the date and where you are. Moving on with the autopsy photographs. Is that Kathy Griffith as she's transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
And victims typically transported in a body bag of some type?
Yes, sir.
127, 128. Some identified information about Kathy Griffith. Does that say she was 39 years old?
It does, yes, sir.
She weighed 126 pounds?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to personally see the stab wound?
I did.
Is it a fair statement that it was a wide open gaping wound?
Yes, sir.
Continuing on with 133. Were you able to see where the knife actually exited the other side of her neck?
Yes, sir.
134, is that a close-up of where the tip of the knife went through her neck and out the other side?
Yes, sir.
And that
she photographs injuries and weapons.
The
and
metal
stuff.
rod that's going in through the entry wound of the knife wound and transects through her neck and goes out the back left side of her neck.
That's
Who
a
put
rough
that
photo.
in?
Dr. Garavan.
And is that able to show the pathway of the wound?
Yes, sir.
They use the
And
trajectory rod.
they can do that for like a knife wound or a gunshot wound, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One being the entry wound and one being the exit wound?
Yes, sir.
Now, 137, as part of the autopsy, does the doctor sometimes remove parts of the internal organs that he or she feels is important?
Yes, sir.
And does this photo, the metal pipe that goes through the esophagus and or trachea, was that done by the associate medical examiner, Dr. Garavan?
It was.
And does it also show the pathway of the wound?
Yes, sir.
Next, we have 138. Did you notice a wound on Kathy's right hand in the webbing of her fingers between her thumb and pointer finger?
I did.
138.
Those are
139.
usually-
Is it a fair statement? That's not like a little paper cut or a little straight line, but it was an open wound?
Yes, sir.
140. Next we move to 141. Did Kathy have a number of scrapes and bruises on her limbs, her arms and legs?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
On what?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
141, does that show some of those on her left arm and elbow?
Yes, sir.
142, is that a close-up of some of the bruising and scrapes and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
143, does that show some prominent bruising on her left wrist?
Yes, sir.
So some marks or bruising on the inside of her forearm as well?
Yes, sir.
Now moving to her right arm, did there appear to be some bruising on her right arm?
Yes, sir.
And going to her hands, was there some bruising on her hands
Yes, sir.
and her fingers?
Yes, sir.
That's 148. Were there some marks or cuts or bruises on her legs?
Yes, sir.
149. Is that a close-up of one of those?
Yes, sir.
150. Some bruising apparent on her shins or the front of her legs as well?
Yes, sir.
$152, $153, $154, and $155. All right, Investigator Peters, I don't have any other questions for you.
Investigator Peters, some of the bruises that the jury saw in those pictures were different colors,
Yes,
right? And you have no way of knowing when those bruises got on Miss Griffith's body, do you?
No, ma'am.
They could have been days old.
Could have been.
Do you know how much blood Kathy Griffith lost?
I do not.
And the weighing that resulted in 126 pounds, that was done after she had passed away and lost blood, correct?
Correct. That was at the examiner's office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We're flying through these witnesses.
Next witness.
It does appear that the defendant has
State Hall Sergeant Michael
strategically
Schneider.
placed himself so as to not be captured by the camera. He's there. He's just hiding behind his attorney.
Stay right here. Raise your right hand for the vote, swear.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Sergeant Michael Schneider, Schneider. I'm currently employed with the Florida Southwestern State College in Fort Myers.
And tell the jury a little bit about what that entails.
I am basically responsible for the security of the college, managing my crew, and a lot of it is community policing as well.
And how many fellow officers do you supervise?
Currently, I have a crew of 14.
Tell the jury about your education and training experience in law enforcement.
So I went to the academy. Backing up, I have an associate's degree in AS. I went to the academy in 2010. Worked for the Fort Myers Police Department from 2011 to January 22. I left there, basically retired due to age, took a small hiatus, and then I started out with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, and I left there in November the prior year. And I've been at the FSW Police Department since December of 23.
Approximately how many years in law enforcement do you have?
It was about 14 now.
And you mentioned your degree, and you said some initials. What does that stand for?
An associated science degree. It's in the automotive field. I used to be an auto mechanic a long time ago.
Okay. All right, Sergeant Schneider. So the time frame I want to ask you about is very specific, going back to the year 2023 in September of 2023. At that time, were you employed by the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position at that time?
I was working as deputy in road patrol.
Now, when you're a deputy on road patrol, does that mean you can see anything and everything and respond to countless different types of situations?
Yes, you basically you listen to the radio and see what's going on. If there's another one of your fellow deputies has a call that you might need help, and we also have a screen on the laptop that shows what calls are basically in service currently and which ones are holding.
And is Port Charlotte, is that in Charlotte County as well?
Yes, it's on the north side of the Peace River.
All right, I want to direct your attention to approximately 6:30 p.m. Were you dispatched to a certain location in Punta Gorda, Florida?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to?
It is called CSU. It's the Crisis Stabilization Unit of Charlotte Behavioral Center.
And what happens there?
This is usually where we bring critical Baker Acts.
Now, in this particular case, how was it that you responded to that location?
I was dispatched there. The call notes had said that I need to be there for a release of a potentially violent patient.
And did that end up being the defendant, Collin Griffith?
Oh, yes, it did.
Did you see the defendant back on the evening of September 19th of 2023?
I did.
Describe to the jury, when you pull up to the facility, where do you go? Do you stay in your car? Do you go inside? To tell them the process.
No, you don't go inside. You basically come in. It's kind of like a U-turn. You park under the portico. There's room for about 2 vehicles. I was on the left-hand side, and the entry doors are on the right, double doors. And when I got there was nobody there yet.
What is the purpose of you being there?
Basically providing a security escort. Somebody had a concern. I forgot who the initial complainant was on the call, but they had a concern that the patient that is to be released has violent tendencies or might act out.
And if the release goes like smoothly and according to plan, what should have happened that evening? Like when the defendant comes out, what's he supposed to do or where's he supposed to go?
Basically, when he's released or any patient gets released from the facility, to go with whoever picks him up and leaves.
Now, did that happen in this case?
No, that did not.
Describe to the jury when you first saw the defendant. What happened?
So I was standing there. We're standing by my car on the left-hand side, and you can see into the facility, and people were starting to walk out. And when the doors opened, the young man came straight up to me and approached me and said I needed to be Baker acted.
Were you surprised to hear that?
Oh, yeah, because that is usually people want to leave.
Now, how would you describe his demeanor when he said that?
He was focused. He had a goal, for sure. He was somebody on a mission. He looked at me and said, I need to be Baker acted.
Were you in a marked vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And take it you had your marked uniform on?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him why he said that?
Yes, I did, because it's unusual. He said, I need to be Baker acted because I'm either going to go kill myself and he said his mother.
What did he say about his mother?
He said he was going to either kill himself or his mother. He didn't name her by name, but he said it's either his mom or his mother.
When the defendant said he was either going to kill himself or his mom, were you surprised?
Yes, definitely.
Well, did you ask him any questions or respond in any way?
Usually when people do that, they have some sort of motive, and so I asked him, so how are you going to do that? And he stated, I'll find a way. I'll find a way. He named numerous methods, but unfortunately I didn't write them down, and so I don't recollect that, but there were several ways he was going to do that, and it was significant what he said.
Now, when he named the different manners in which he could kill his mom, was it like direct things that he could do to kill her? Kill a person?
Yes, I don't remember quite exactly specifically what it was, but each one of those methods that he mentioned would definitely lead to death, for sure.
After he said these things, what did you do?
We stood by the door with him, just kind of keeping an eye on him while other people were conferring what to do with him. I believe Deputy Welch was with me. They're from the Irish team. And I believe that she took over the secondary Baker Act. This is definitely a liability at this point. So,
at that point, when the defendant says the direct things that he's going to do, is he a danger to himself and to his mom and perhaps anyone else he wants to kill?
Yes.
You mentioned Deputy Welch. Is that Deputy Kerry Welch, also with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the term, the Irish team?
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
They are called for critical care or anybody who's a mental crisis. They're specially trained. I don't know exactly what the Irish stands for anymore.
And was the defendant insistent that he needed to be Baker Acted because he would hurt himself or his mom or kill himself or his mom?
Yeah, he did not want to go. He basically stated that so he wouldn't have to leave.
So after you were concerned about his own safety and his mom's safety, what was the end result with what happened to the defendant?
He was readmitted to the facility as a Baker Act.
Did that conclude your involvement with the defendant that evening?
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant Snyder, I don't have any further questions.
Sergeant Snyder, you weren't involved in the initial reason that Collin Baker was placed in Charlotte Behavioral Health, were you?
No, ma'am.
So you have no knowledge of what led to him being there?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And are you aware that Collin had been trying not to get released from that facility under his Baker Act before you were alerted and told to go there?
No, not until he told me.
Okay. And are you aware that his mother had done everything she could to get him released from that Baker Act?
No, I did not have any background information at that point. All I knew was potentially violent.
Are you aware now that his mother did everything she could to get him out of the Baker Act facility leading up to your interactions with Collin on September 19th, 2023?
I did not follow any of that, ma'am.
And are you aware that the staff at Charlotte Behavioral Health was insisting on releasing him to his mother on September 19th, 2023?
That I do not recall. I know his grandmother was, I think his grandmother was there to get him.
And you don't know what Collin had said to any of the people who were trying to make him go home before you got there, correct?
No, ma'am.
And
this is cross.
Basically, Collin told you, I would rather go back into this facility than be sent home.
He didn't specifically say that. He said he wanted to be Baker Acted. He
did not want to go home.
Apparently, yes.
Did he ever tell you he didn't feel safe at home?
I don't recall that.
He might have said that, but you didn't write it down. I don't remember.
I don't know. What I remember is on the short notes.
Did you make those short notes?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's entirely possible Collin told you that I'm afraid my mom will do something to me and I will kill her.
I probably would have remembered that.
But you're not sure?
No, ma'am.
And you have no idea if he had said that 1, 10, 1,000 times in the hours leading up to your interactions with him?
No, I wasn't there with him. I only had a short interaction during the time.
But you said he was focused on getting readmitted to the Baker Act facility.
That's what the end goal appeared to be.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing further.
Is the witness released?
He is there.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Next witness.
Say we call Deputy Alexander Sharp.
Flying through the witnesses. Is somebody drumming their fingers on the desk?
Stand right here, raise right hand, just hold it by foot.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am.
This way, please.
He's got vest and all. He works for Sheriff Grady, who we saw at the very beginning of this live
Good morning,
stream.
Your Honor.
On video.
Good morning, Deputy Sharp. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deputy Sharp. I work in the Shaw County Sheriff's Office.
County.
Sir.
Tell the jury about your education, military experience, and law enforcement
Works
experience.
for a different person.
Okay, so education. I went to technical college for automotive. I graduated high school from the academy in Shaw County. I have spent 4 years in the United States Marine Corps as an infantryman. I've also spent 3 years in the 4th Army National Guard as an infantryman as well. And I've worked for the Sheriff's Office in Shaw County for about 2.5 years.
Now, at the Sheriff's Office in Charlotte County, what's your position and what are your responsibilities?
So I am currently a road patrol deputy assigned to District 1. Responsibilities are handling calls for service, traffic enforcement, and assisting other specialty units as needed.
Deputy, I want to direct your attention to November 13th of 2023. Did you respond to a house in Port Charlotte in your jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
And what type of call was that you received?
I responded to a call for domestic violence between a mother and her son.
Do you recall the general neighborhood? Was it single-family houses?
Yes, sir. It was a neighborhood of single-family houses in a residential zone of Port Charlotte.
When you arrived, what did you do first?
Well, when I first arrived, they made contact with the supervisor deputy, Corporal Moore, who had gotten on scene prior to myself, and the deputy who was my trainer at the time. During the time that this happened, I was still in PTO training as a deputy.
And who was your field training officer?
My field training officer was Deputy First Class Jankowski.
And you mentioned Corporal Moore. Is that Corporal Joella Moore?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was she aware of the defendant and his mom?
In what regard, sir?
Like, did she give, without telling us anything she might have said, did she give you any background of the family dynamics or the parties?
No, sir. I was just aware that this was a domestic incident between a mother and her son. There was no other context given.
So you had no prior opinions about any of the parties involved, is that correct?
Correct, sir. I had never met either one of them before, nor did I know anything about them or their any other history.
What did you do next, Deputy?
The next thing that I did is I went to go and make contact, I believe, with the individual and his mother to try and start gathering information, and his grandmother, who was there as well.
And what was the defendant's demeanor like?
I would say calm and collected.
And when you made contact with him, were you inside the house or outside the house?
I believe I was outside the house when I made contact with him, as he had left the residence initially when we had gotten there, and then ended up coming back.
Now, did you have an opportunity to talk to him?
The defendant?
Correct.
Yes, I did speak with him.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to his mom, Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
And what was her demeanor like?
She seemed nervous, quiet, scared. From what I could tell, just her whole demeanor, she was still kind of just processing what was going on, definitely seemed teary-eyed, if you will.
When you say scared, did she appear to be scared of you or scared of what her son had just done to her?
She appeared to be scared of her son, as she had some injuries that were documented and photographed.
And what were those injuries that she suffered from her son?
She had some redness and what appears to be the beginning of bruising and swelling on her stomach and abdomen area, as she had stated that he had kneed her in the stomach. And then she also had a small scrape with some dirt on it on her hand, as she said that he had taken his foot and kicked or stomped her hand.
Did she tell you why he did that to his own mom?
So, speaking with both the mother and the son, what we were able to gather was that she had told him that she was unhappy with his behavior at the time as a juvenile and was going to do some new parenting and wanted to take away his Xbox gaming system and his cell phone. And at the time, he did not like those consequences, so he grabbed his mom and threw her on the ground after kneeing her and then stepping on her hand when she went to get her cell phone.
Now, was there another lady there, the grandmother of the defendant and the mother of the victim?
Yes, sir. So the defendant's grandmother and the victim's mother was also present at the house as they were eating dinner together that night.
So they were having a family evening, the grandma, her daughter, and the victim's son, correct?
Correct. Those three individuals were the three people in the home that night.
And did you have an opportunity to speak to the grandma as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did her statement corroborate what her daughter was saying?
Yes, the grandmother's statement that she provided to myself and Deputy Jankowski was consistent with the statement given by the mother and the victim. Basically, they stated the exact same thing, that they were having dinner, and she told him that she was going to take some things away for disciplinary reasons, and pretty much gave the exact course of events the same.
Now, did you see any marks or bruises or injuries on the defendant?
On the defendant, we did not see any marks, injuries, or bruising on him at all.
Now, did EMS respond, or something like EMS, whether it was the fire department or EMS, respond to treat the mother?
Honestly, sir, I do not recall.
What happened? How was that case resolved that night? Who got arrested?
That night, Collin was placed under arrest for domestic violence against his mother for battery by strike.
And was he transported to the proper location then thereafter?
Yes, sir. He was transported to the Charlotte County Jail afterwards.
Was the mom or the grandmother arrested for anything?
No, the mother and the grandmother were not arrested.
Now, in addition to you and Deputy Jankowski, you mentioned Corporal Moore. Were there any additional law enforcement there you can recall?
I cannot recall.
Is it a fair statement that the three of you were doing multiple, multiple things, and were each doing your own part?
We
of
are
the
sped up.
investigation
That's why it's
not necessarily all three of you
changing the
together
pitch
at
of
the same
voices.
time?
Correct. We were all doing
catch up.
different things together. I was going and getting paperwork at different times to provide the victim, such as Marcy's Law paperwork, as well as victims' rights forms and things like that, while other deputies were doing other tasks on the scene at the same time.
Now, when you went to get that paperwork, you mentioned victims' rights and Marcy's Law. Did you or one of your fellow deputies provide that to the victim, Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir. Yes,
What does that mean? What type of paperwork is that when you say Marcy's Law and victim rights pamphlet?
So Marcy's Law is paperwork that advises victims of what their rights are in the state of Florida as a victim, so that way that they know that they have the right to go to different types of trials and hearings, and then different paperwork to let them know if they want to know when the person that was arrested for battering them or whatever crime may be is released from the jail and things of that nature.
Without, okay. And then whether it's you or Deputy Jankowski or someone else, is that explained to the victim, Kathy Griffith, and certain questions asked and answers given?
Yes, sir.
If I may have a brief moment, Your Honor.
A lot of police officers have testified in this one.
When the victim, Miss Kathy, was sitting on the couch, how would you describe her demeanor?
I remember that I had asked her if I could get her an ice pack or anything like that, as she said that, the injuries that she had was sore, offered to help if I could. I was trying to be, as compassionate as I could be in that type of a situation. She just was very kind of closed off, if you will, and scared. She had advised me at one point that she no longer wanted Collin living with her or her mother, as she was honestly afraid of him.
Deputy Sharp, I have no further questions.
Cross.
Deputy Sharp, in your direct testimony, you made it sound like Collin fled the scene of what happened at his mother's house. But that's not really true, is it? He was the one who called 911.
Okay.
You don't remember that?
I don't recall exactly who the caller was. I know that I responded to the scene, though, ma'am.
Are you aware now that Collin was actually on the phone with Corporal Rentis, one of your supervisors, when you arrived on scene?
Yes, he was on the phone with Corporal Rentis, and then also I recall that once he was placed into a patrol vehicle, he was also on the phone with Corporal Rentis as well, as they had previous interactions.
Right, so Collin is reaching out to describe to a law enforcement officer what just happened.
I don't know what his conversation with Corporal Rentis was, ma'am.
Did you interview Collin?
When you say interview, do you mean did I get a sworn statement from him?
Did you just ask him about what happened?
I had briefly talked to him, yes, initially.
And he told you that his mom punched him before he threw her off of him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you and the other deputies who responded, it wasn't like you just went there, said, talk to you, everything matches, so we're arresting him. You were there for hours, right?
I don't recall exactly how long we were there, but it was not an in-and-out situation.
Right. And do you remember your supervisor on scene, Joella Moore, saying she never knows how to read Catherine Griffith?
I do not recall that statement.
But it's on body camera, right? Okay. Speaking of body camera footage, you had one on your person that night, correct?
Correct.
And it was running the whole time you were there?
Correct.
Have you reviewed it since you found out you were going to have to testify?
I reviewed it when I initially spoke with someone from the state's attorney's office.
Okay. So you interviewed Susan Detman, the grandmother, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you know that her statement did not exactly match what Kathy Griffith told you, right?
Their statements seemed to coincide with each other and align.
That's what your opinion was, right?
That is basically what I wrote in my report, ma'am, yes.
Right, but what about what's on body camera footage?
That she had told me that they were having a conversation at the dinner table, and that Catherine told her son that she wanted to take away his Xbox and his cell phone so that she could only send and receive text messages and make phone calls, and that they had pretty much both decided that he wasn't going to go on their family vacation.
And then Susan also told you that as Kathy was reading him the riot act, that Collin stood up and said, let's do this.
Correct.
Right?
They both told me that.
Okay. But then Susan says she didn't see what happened next because she was going for her phone to call Corporal Rentis herself, right?
So Susan had pretty much told me that once he stood up and said, let's do this, that she stepped away to go and get her phone. And by the time she came back, they were on the floor. And the only thing that I have between that time period is both what Collin had told me he advised happened and then also what his mother had said.
Right, and Collin told you that his mother punched him in the face.
Correct. Collin had told me his mother had punched him in the face, but when we were on scene, I did not see any bruisings, marking, or swelling, or any indication that he had been struck in the face by any object.
It is possible to get punched and not have redness, swelling, bruising, correct?
I guess anything's possible, ma'am.
Right, you're not a doctor.
I am not, no.
So Susan did not tell you the same thing that Kathy did, because Kathy said, I never touched him. He's just being a brat because I took away his stuff, right?
Correct. The grandmother and mother had both pretty much told me... I'm sorry, ma'am, can you please rephrase the question?
My main point is that you made it sound like Kathy and Susan completely agreed on what happened, which would indicate to the jury that Susan supported what Kathy said about her not punching Collin. But Susan didn't tell you that, right?
Correct. Susan had told me that they initially got into an argument, and their statements were the same up until Collin got up and said, let's do this. At that point in time, the grandmother advised she was not present and did not see what happened from the time frame that he got up and said, let's do this, until she came back and they were already both on the floor.
Both on the floor. Now, Collin was quite forthcoming with you, right, when you talked to him, your interaction?
So I had talked to him initially, briefly, and then when I went to go and get a sworn statement from him, he advised that he wanted to speak to me.
I'm going to stop you right there. He was talking on the phone to Corporal Rentis the whole time he was sitting in the car, correct?
Correct. He was sitting in the back of the car.
And any time an officer walked up to him, they could capture his face and his voice and whatever he was saying on camera, right?
We had our body cameras on.
Right. So that's a yes?
Yes.
So Collin says his mom punched him and he defended himself by kneeing her and throwing her to the ground, right?
That is what he had stated, yes.
And that's on body cam?
Yes.
Okay. And then Kathy says, I never punched him, right? And Susan says, I don't know what happened. She may have punched him because I wasn't there when that happened.
Correct.
Okay. You all chose to believe Kathy over Collin, correct?
Based on the evidence that we had seen to coincide with the two different stories and with what the grandmother had told us from the different points in time that she was there, it appeared that the mother and the grandmother had similar stories, or from what time periods they were both there together, that matched. And like I said, based on the physical evidence of injuries that the mother had and the son's lack thereof, that was where the evidence led us to go.
So your body cam would also show the alleged injuries to Kathy, right?
Yes.
And when I know you were still in training, but I am sure you have learned, if not before then, that when there's a domestic incident and allegations from both sides about what may have happened, knowing the family history is important, correct?
Like family dynamics between mother and son? Yes.
And maybe prior acts of violence on either side? Is that important to know too?
Towards each other?
Yeah, or towards anybody.
So once we had placed Collin under arrest, we did check to see if he had any previous arrests for domestic violence or battery, and we did not find anything.
Right, but you found some for Kathy, right?
For domestic violence? Mm-hmm. As the victim, I did not go into her background and check to see her criminal history, as she was a victim in this case.
So you weren't aware that she has been arrested for domestic violence battery on another family member before?
No, I'm not.
Would that have made a difference to you in how you approached this case?
No, ma'am, it would not.
And are you aware that...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to anything further about subject matter like that. It's irrelevant to what he's doing.
So are you aware that Kathy Griffith had been arrested before for stabbing her then husband?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware that she was also alleged to have burned him with a terrarium heat lamp in that same incident?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware that Kathy Griffith was on videotape shown to law enforcement and a DCF investigator driving her car and pinning her then husband to the house, between the car and the house, in front of her children?
I'm not aware of that, no.
So you're not aware that the incident where she stabbed her then husband and burned him with a lamp was also in front of her children?
No, I'm not. As I had said earlier, I have no previous interaction with either one of those individuals or knowledge about their previous history.
Are you aware that Kathy Griffith had threatened to kill multiple members of her then ex-husband's girlfriend?
I am not aware of that, no.
Are you aware that she was actually contacted by law enforcement on her way to their home in Homestead?
No, I'm not.
And you're not aware that she was on an audio recording saying she was going to kill all three of them?
I'm not aware of that, no.
With her gun?
I'm not aware.
The judge let them go into this
Are you
area
aware
and they
that
dove
she
in
has
head
pulled
first.
a gun and threatened Collin in the past?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
And that happened in Charlotte County just 2 months before this?
I'm not aware of that incident, nor did I have any involvement in that case.
And are you aware that Kathy Griffith had pulled a gun and threatened to kill her mother's husband?
No, I'm not.
Would any of those prior instances that you had known of them at the time, would they have made a difference in how you treated this case?
Husband, stepdad?
So I would personally say no, they would not have made a difference to me because I would have gone into this case as it is a separate incident from things that happened previously. And in this case, you have to treat, in different cases or any case, you have to treat different, you can't take other instances into account into how you look into cases.
Collin was taken to jail that night, you said, right?
Yes.
And you claimed that, or you said that Kathy claimed she was afraid of him.
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that the very next morning, she insisted on taking him home with her, despite Collin saying, I'd rather stay in jail than go home with my mom because I'm afraid of what she'll do to me?
I was not on that call, nor was I aware that that call even came out.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Wow.
Deputy, are you aware that victims of domestic violence often want their abuser back in their lives?
Yes, that happens often. Usually with domestic violence, obviously it's going to be a family member, whether it's a spouse, child, or something like that. And people do have personal relationships. So after the fact, typically people want to try and reconcile issues and fix things.
Does that sometimes end up very badly for the victim being abused further?
It can, especially when it is situations where it's parents and children or husbands and wives. You'll see situations where you'll have multiple issues of domestic violence, but because it's a family member and someone that they love, it continues to happen and they stay with that person.
Did you say
Does it also unfortunately end in family members murdering each other?
It can end in violence in that nature.
Now, the defense attorney was asking you a lot of the questions. Were you aware of things? Were you aware of things? Were you aware of things? Do you know if all or any of the information she was asking about is true or accurate, or what source it's from?
I have no idea of anything that she was asking me because I've had no other involvement with Collin or his mother. And as I had said, I treat that case as its own individual case, as it has no reference to other cases or instances that we've dealt with.
Now, the defense attorney was inquiring about you a lot about when she talked about Susan Detman, the grandmother, about the content of her statement.
Mm-hmm.
Is it accurate that Susan told you that her daughter was telling Collin that she would be implementing new parenting rules?
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And the grandma told you that Collin would be having his Xbox gaming system and cell phone and other items taken away as a disciplinary action due to his behavior.
Yes, that is an accurate statement.
And these are things that Susan said the mother was saying to her son, correct?
Correct. These are things that the grandmother and both the mother had told me in their statements that she was going to take items away due to his behavior for parenting.
And they were so fed up with the defendant that they told him that the Thanksgiving cruise vacation he would no longer be going on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, according to the grandmother and Miss Kathy, the defendant's response was, Collin stood up and said, let's just do it.
Correct.
So did you take that to mean he was challenging his mom to a physical fight?
From both the statements that the grandmother and the mother had told me, yes, it sounded like he stood up and basically tried to show body language and intimidate his mother and say, okay, if you're going to try and take away my Xbox and my cell phone, then he wanted to have a physical interaction.
So because the mom was trying to discipline and parent her child, the defendant physically did what to his own mom?
So at that point, from basically what the mother had told me, is that he had kneed her in the stomach and thrown her to the ground, and when she went to go and get her cell phone, he stomped on her hand.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. The witness released. Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. What time are we coming back in Natalie Cochran? At 1 o'clock, right?
It's about 10:20. We'll take our mid-morning recess of 15 minutes.
All right, please.
That means we get to see if there's any argument here. I've got a new. I'm about to publish the new video for this afternoon. We'll have just a tiny break. A micro break.
Anything we need to take out, Mr. Levine?
No, Your Honor.
Or no, Mr. Hendry?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 15 minutes.
Okay. They get a 15-minute break, which I can. Let's see. If we skip through the break. How do we do this? I have something completely not relevant to share with you guys. We have a podcast tonight at 8 p.m. here on this channel. Thomas and I will be here with some fun stories, and it's live. We ask that you come and join us. It's a lot of fun. If you've missed previous podcasts, you can make up for it by being here today. We're going to share such important things as what I just found on my computer screen here. While looking, I talked to you about my business idea in West Virginia that never came to fruition. I've now found the absolute strangest real estate photograph ever published to sell a property. And if you want to see this picture, you're going to have to come to the podcast because it is bizarre. It's unbelievable, especially when it's a 7-figure property. So we'll share that picture later on the podcast. Will I shave before the podcast? I might. It's getting a little scraggly. Here's what we're going to pause Collin's trial right here. I know they're at break. I need a tiny bit of a lunch before we come back with what's going to be part 2 of the Natalie Cochran trial with the Mercy hearing that's going on right now, and then we're going to be working late. I'm not sure if we're even be able to get all the way caught up. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. So let's see. I can't show the picture yet. I have to close this. It's a secret. This is attorney watching the live feed and telling him to step back and forward as needed. No, I think Collin has just he located where the camera was, and because the camera's a pan-tilt zoom camera in a fixed position, so it can turn and zoom. The one that can see him, or the one that looks at him, or frequently points at him, he's moved so that his attorney is blocking that camera, so he can't see the camera. I think it was all Collin's choice. Quick lunch, got a 20-minute break. Okay, I will do that. Right now I'm gonna post the thumbnail. If somebody wants to be first, now's when you want to be clicking the refresh button on the channel page. But I'm gonna post the thumbnail right now. We're gonna come back at 1 with the Natalie Cochran part 2 of the wild Mercy penalty phase. And podcast tonight, it's a long. I didn't sleep well last night. It's going to be a long day today. It's going to be a long day. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to post that right now. So that is up. We'll make a link. Make a link to join it. Oh, the music's going. Yes. I started it, but it's always nice when it works. Adam won. That's awesome. All right, we thought trials wouldn't get any crazier. We thought we'd seen the worst of it, or the most bizarre of it, but apparently we were wrong, and we're going to be more wrong, I guess. After lunch, it continues out of West Virginia with Natalie Cochran in the Mercy phase. Wow. Anyway, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe. We'll go live again in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. That's enough time for me to microwave something and eat it. So the chicken cordon bleu that's in the freezer is out. I can't cook it in time. I'll have to think of something else. Maybe a salad. Guys, go get yourself some food, grab a drink, take a break, come back. We're going to have 2 more trials this afternoon, both the Natalie Cochran trial, and if they finish soon enough, we'll try to wrap up on rapid rewatch the rest of the where we're behind on the why did I say Ethan? Collin Griffiths. Sorry. Where did Ethan come from? I don't know. Ethan Crumbly. Yeah, that's it. I was thinking Ethan Crumbly. Thanks, greetings. You guys have yourselves a great lunch. We'll see you in a little bit. Portal incoming. We're going to go to the new stream.